Guys, yup.
Back with another stream.
Yo, man's taking over my stream, my intro, my everything, my heart.
What? Yo, what's up, guys? It's Morgs, and we're back with another video.
Oh, not dying Morgs.
I smashed Morgs. I ain't gonna lie to you, my brother. Yo, I forgot 60 was a number, so I didn't count 60.
What?
Say it won't plop it right on your face. Say it won't slam it right on your face.
Yo, we're on stream, but yeah, you won't. You won't.
No, I'm talking about the pot.
You won't.
What does he mean by that? Chat, clip it. Move, or get zapped.
Okay, Max, we're gonna dominate this lobby. We're gonna do the Harbor Rush strat. A ton of times.
So you're gonna throw 75% of the earth onto the map. You're gonna push, and I'm gonna wait for your water to go away, and then I'm gonna kill the last person.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like Viper Smoke, but more annoying.
You can't hide from me. I got you. I love you too, little kitty. Who's terrified of me? I don't even know why. You know why?
Hmm.
You know why my cat is terrified of me?
Why?
I don't know.
Oh. Hmm.
Yeah. I'm a true man.
You probably
I
accidentally
like
rolled over on top of it.
Yeah, I'm a true man. You know I like feet. On Sunday at 4 p.m., I become a freak.
That's fire.
Yeah. I be getting freaky deaky with my dogs. D-A-double-G. D-A-W-G. Not like actually my dogs.
Oh.
I'm not a zoophile.
Okay.
Bro, come on now. You get the new update yet? Yo, you get the new update?
What new update?
Where everybody, like, it's legal to basically have a crush on an animal.
Is it?
You know, yeah, on the new update, you know, bro, guess who my animal crush is?
Who?
Lola.
Yo! Clip it, chat. Clip it. Clip it, chat.
Yo! Actually, no.
Clip that.
Off of Space Jam.
Clip that.
Welcome to the Space Jam. Everybody get up. You know?
Yeah.
Goes hard.
We're duly done finally, and
Yeah. If we don't win this round, I'm gonna give you $100 tomorrow.
okay.
I'm just gonna donate you 100 bucks.
Why?
Because if we don't win this round, I'm gonna donate you 20 bucks.
Dang.
Oh, to get better aim, apparently, there's something called strafing.
Really?
And it's like better, like the movement, and it makes you harder to be able to get hit. So I'm gonna try it.
Yeah. Everybody's been doing strafing for like all of time.
I just also started playing Valorant.
Yes, Keegan?
Is he in?
What? I invited you to my call.
Okay, deal's off. That $100 is gonna be mine. I have to do it to my RAM. I can't believe you thought RAM was so expensive. To your left. How did you not hear him? Behind you guys.
You racked.
Yo.
I need to back up, right? So I turned you down a while.
What?
I turned you down a while ago.
No way.
Do the hokey pokey.
Bro, I'm about to make you do the hokey pokey.
That
I'll
song's
make you do
so
the hokey
fire.
pokey on my bed.
On his stream.
Yeah. Y'all want to do a hot tub stream with me?
No.
Mm-hmm. Mm-mm.
Okay.
What's Davis does?
I want to.
Yeah, man, I'm good.
Oh, he said yeah, man. He said yeah. He said yeah.
Man's using Val Tracker? That is crazy. And he's playing with caps lock.
What is the now therapy?
It basically shows you the stats of the other players.
It's like Brock and
Sorta, sure.
He's in window.
Okay. Just the raise.
One enemy.
Nice! Now fade.
Last player standing.
Oh, I knew he was.
Chamber,
I had a
chamber.
feeling I looked.
Oh, it's the chamber that can't see. Wait, I think he might be able to
Bro,
see.
If he does not clutch this. Oh, is he stupid or is
He can
stupid?
he can only see
Why
the
did
side
he
of his
look at
screen. He can only see the side of his screen.
Like, he can't be that special. He looked for like, oh my god.
It's the guy who can't see anything because of his Val Tracker.
I literally, oh, I should have just kept aiming at our spawn. I almost had
Yeah.
that.
The Val Tracker is on the middle of my
Okay,
screen.
wait, who's
He
the
still
one
can't
who
see.
played?
Okay, Max, let's do the rush plant. So, actually, okay, Max, okay, so see the teleporter? We're just immediately gonna go to that. Come on, come on. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Shift walk, shift walk, shift walk. Sove at the back.
Oh my, I'm dead, I'm dead.
How? He's kinda good.
Who is this retarded person? Why
Whoa.
Is he looking that far? Like,
Calm
they
down
can't
with
be
the
in
R
the
word.
walls, come on. Oh yeah. What is bro doing? Can't even try to be quiet. Okay, what makes them look like at the walls? They're camping spike.
This is the guy who can't see anything. I don't know why he's always the last one left.
Oh, he's dead. Oh. That's like he has headphones on, so he can hear the portal activate
Last
right
round
behind
before the
him.
switch.
Yep. He still can't see
Like,
anything.
This is the teammates we. This is the teammates. We
Who downloads Val Tracker and plays Swift Play? Oh, Chamber, that's his name. I was gonna go crazy yesterday.
Yeah. Someone's at my door. Hello? They hit portal.
Still in sight. Reloading.
No way.
Oh, his drone got me.
Enemy spotted me. Reloading.
So.
You can probably use your ult here.
Last player standing.
Never
I have my
mind.
ult.
Down B.
Yeah?
Oh, I didn't mean. Oh.
Huh? Bro, I swear, I played so many games with you, and I don't think I've ever seen you use your ult once.
Switching sides.
I use my
Match
ult
point.
so many times. I just use it at like the beginning and then I just die with it.
Oh. You probably want to
I
use it
don't
like
like her
after
ult,
you
but I
get
like
one
her
kill.
main part.
Her ult is just like the Vandal,
Yeah, it's just like
but you can move
yeah,
without it going everywhere.
and yeah, yeah,
What?
and there's like no bloom.
Hmm.
You guys need to calm down.
Is he? Did he spam that in all chat?
Yeah, he said what the fuck is Valorant tracker? And then he says bruv. Right, like what's the point of even having that on?
It shows you
Tag one,
the
tag one,
how
tag
good
one.
the players are you're playing with.
I know what it does. I'm not fucking retarded.
You just
You're not?
asked what it does. Stop with the R word.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
I'm gonna ban
Oh,
you.
tag. Yeah, your mic last night
Last
was
player
like,
standing.
terrible.
Oh yeah.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Oh, Reyna's overhealing in pistol round is too overpowered.
Yeah. To the left. No, he just can't be in there. He can't be.
Reyna, if she just starts jumping, she can literally survive any. What? Wow, she just
How
got
do you-
tagged hard.
Yeah.
That was definitely a headshot.
Oh.
What?
How was that not a...
Attackers
That
He
was a
double
headshot.
headshot her.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Okay, run that back, run that back. I'm banned out on my desk. This is at least 40k right here. I want Reyna. If I get Reyna, oh my god. I'm gonna start using Jet.
Hmm. See, there's one big
I don't
problem.
think Ian's gonna like that.
I have one big problem with playing as Harbor. Like, nobody else on our team goes information. Like, Sova Dart or anybody else that can detect people. So, we're always just clueless about where the enemy is. And then they have the Sova on their team. Scan, scan,
Should I go
scan.
KO?
Hmm?
Should I like, I have to go Reyna. What's Reyna's ult?
Empress of Light. Or Dark. I forgot. But basically,
Wait, Fade is the one with the dogs, isn't it?
Fade, yeah. Well, Sky also has dogs. But Reyna's ult is Empress of Light. She sees red, like bigger red outlines of enemies, and
Mm.
and her two abilities, the cloak and healing, they don't have a cooldown. So as long as you have an
Like
orb, you can
her,
just spam them.
Isn't she the one that puts up like the big eye and it blinds people?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What the fuck was that? Wait, and then she has like the one where you put the eye, and then she has that one that looks like a little plant,
What?
right? Like the one that
No.
looks like a plant, like a seed.
No.
Who is that then?
That's probably Sky.
Wait, then who's the one like after you kill somebody and then like you grab it and it like makes like a vine trail.
Okay, you're getting operators mixed up. Reyna, okay,
I'm
after
trying to think.
somebody.
I'm not saying she is. I'm saying who is the one who
No,
does that.
nobody does that. Okay, you're mixing abilities up. Reyna, when somebody dies, she grabs the orbs and she can either heal herself or go cloaked. The vine trail
Oh,
is
yeah.
Fade. She throws either her scan ability or her Q ability, and then it'll lead a trail to them that your dogs can follow.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get Reyna.
Yeah.
Run this way now.
I'm trying to get
I'm gonna go
Astra.
sprint and open door. I'm gonna go and sprint and open the door.
I might need to start
Only
playing
bad thing, I can't slide with Neon because I changed my reload button to right click.
Oh.
So if I want to slide, I have to press R.
Oh. Dang. Don't you have mouse buttons? Mouse
I forgot
buttons.
I'm Jet. Oh my god.
Spike down A.
What is that crosshair? Behind you? To your left? Behind you? To your left?
That's her teammate.
No, I swear, there's somebody. I
Spike
promise.
planted.
Watch.
Last player standing.
We need an info legend on our team. We always fail to get one. Like right now they have Fade.
No, Reyna's kind.
That's even good
Reyna's
enough.
kind of sick.
What? Clip that.
I said
Clip that.
Reyna's kind of sick. I said Reyna's kind of sick.
Not what I heard, buddy.
That's
Not what I
yeah,
heard.
that's not what I heard either.
Yeah, you guys need to get the head out of the gutter.
A gutter. More like at Arena's cheeks. I mean, what? Yo. Whoa.
Come on now, that's worse. That's the whole throw.
Yo. Come on now.
And then E is her like thing where she clicks and then double. Okay.
Gosh, freaking frick.
What's that cursing?
Oh my bad.
Can't believe you're using all that dirty language.
I know, my bad.
I think they went C.
Really?
How?
Ha! Sorry. Ha!
Like planting?
You think if a rap, you think it's possible to rap so good that you get
Last
copyright
player
strike?
No
standing.
way.
No.
So I could start rapping right now and you wouldn't get copyright strike?
No, I might. Maybe.
Wait.
Like,
Why'd
I
say
got-
no?
I got copy striked by the United Music Group, which sounds kind of like a scam.
You better watch out for them, dude. You can't get copyrighted by them.
Mm-hmm.
They're famous.
But they only copyrighted me in Belarus, Russia. And I don't know how many people are
They-
listening in Belarus, Russia, but
Yeah.
come on now.
I am, dude. What are you talking about?
You're not in Belarus.
I am. Right
No,
now.
you're not. Crap, they're here.
I just pulled up the Belarus. I'm dead. See your left, Chaos? Come on, you got him. He's like, this is dead. Don't be a hell and tell him.
Spike down A.
That's crazy.
No.
Oh my god, he's a Helen. Did you see his aim?
Yeah.
He's a Helen Keller. That's like. Her fingers
Keller.
don't work right. No way.
Freaking stellar.
That's rough.
Last round in the half.
My aim is giggity garbage right now.
It is. Mine is too.
Are you serious?
Wait, okay, Max, go left A.
My ult isn't ready.
Am I going left there?
Hmm?
To like trap him basically.
Yeah.
Caution
Our joke's over. You're dead.
None
Oh,
of them
I think they
are
might be in mid.
planting right now. Oh wait, we're planting right now.
Spike planted.
Oh, what? I swear I hit it like 20 times.
Last player standing.
Oh,
No way.
God, I just lost that 5-0. Wait, is this unrated?
Switching sides.
No.
Oh,
Match
oh,
point.
it said the win. Oh.
Oh, wait. I can finally use my abilities to my full potential. We're going C.
I'm going with you. Yeah, you're gonna pop off. Was that the frenzy? Oh, okay, I thought it was the frenzy. ready? I
Mm-hmm.
downloaded aimbot 20 minutes ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's cap.
Better than me.
Yeah,
It is
I just
cap.
activated it.
Oh, okay. Let's see this.
That's about to get banned.
I'm lagging. I'm lagging.
Oh, you are?
Reloading. 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 Reloading.
Ow.
Player standing. Spike down.
well.
C. I have the spike.
Oh,
On you or?
no. You got,
Defenders win.
yeah, all over me. All on my face. All on my mouth. All on my eyes. All on my nose. Dude, stop playing with me. All over it. All on my
All over?
cheeks, too. Stop playing with me.
What?
Clip that, chat.
On
Clip
my
that.
feet, on my toes, in between my toes, my web on my toes, my toenails,
Clip that. Clip that. Clip that.
my teeth,
Yeah.
my gums, my tongue. Stop playing with me. My armpits.
What?
Stop playing with me.
Clip it, chat.
Clip it for real. Like that's a hard clip, like me.
What?
Yo, he's hard. He's hard. I can feel it. I can smell it.
Yo, I'm actually gonna
Okay.
clip that and upload that.
I gotta. I'm coming.
What?
Yo, he said it, not me. He's put in a death match.
Yeah. How do you know?
Sova do.
Sova, he shoots his stupid little bow.
Oh yeah, that dog shitter. Hope I can load in and not get the fucking 20-minute disadvantage.
Yeah.
Why is that funny?
Cause.
I love this map. Pearl is like the best. Yo, clip it out.
I'm drinking water.
Oh, you're. God dang! Clipping that up.
Mm-hmm.
Who's drinking water?
I am.
That was so. That's such like a fake drink. Like that'd be like in like an anime.
Bro, his name is his ex.
Punch Stinky, Sour Dude, Big Bodo Beta, Sprite Cranberry, Dragonfly. Oh, I'm in. Ah, just busted all over.
Really? Ah.
Do it already, dude.
Enemies close.
Make it wet.
Eyes up.
And wait, why did it like just say I? Oh, I'm lagging. That's why.
Come into the unknown. Taken out.
Neon's the cutest character in Valorant.
What? No way.
Dominating.
God dang, dude.
What? I need to turn my sensitivity down. There we go.
I'm not getting for my TV up.
I think my aim is just garbage right now.
Yeah, mine too.
Are you the Omen? No, you don't have Omen.
Oh, I have an omen.
Wait, are you playing?
Yeah,
Oh.
I've not seen you once.
Wait, who are you?
Jet.
Uh, KO. I'm Sova. How?
I hate the neon. Like I can't. She comes around the corner and I just start lagging.
No
And
way.
he's just what? Can I spawn?
What?
That's you.
No more.
Your aim is just better.
Ow? Can't even let me get my health, boy.
Okay, I wasn't even digging. Oh. No, I knew it.
Bad Omen.
Gone.
Give me that. Thank you.
No. I've seen the cycle way too times.
Oh my gosh, my aim is horrid.
God, my lag is horrid. That's why my aim is so bad.
How did I get that kill?
Oh! Brimstone? I don't even. Brimstone and that one other dude looks like the exact same.
Dominating.
Breach?
10 kills
Yeah, that
remaining.
dude.
Okay, why is my aim so garbage? It's because I haven't played Osu
I
today.
can't even hit a shot. Dude, we were in the middle of a gunfight and he just ran. That you're dead.
How have I not seen you once?
I've seen you once and we were fighting, but someone took your kill.
No way.
Hey, who are you?
Sova? Wow.
I knew that? Okay, I can't find you.
Me neither. I cannot find you. I just don't shoot fast enough.
Reaction time is just slow.
5 kills remaining.
Right now, yeah. I don't know what it is.
I
Neutralized.
just like reload at like the worst times.
There you are.
Fine.
And you got killed
Took
by
your
some
kill.
other guy.
Silence.
Ah, I think I finally figured out how to aim. I just gotta stall it till I figure out where their head is. And then shoot them.
1 kill remaining.
Okay, and then I peek around the corner and KO's just camping.
Camping.
Again.
Why not glamping?
Oh, never mind. I didn't do that bad.
Hey, Rax.
What's up?
Hit me up with a beat.
Okay.
That is.
Yeah, like I practice how to beatbox
You
every
should.
day. Yeah,
You
that's
should.
my fault. Yeah, yeah, that's my fault.
That was
Nah.
actually a fire beat.
You do a beat. What is that? He's spitting like he's not spitting like he's not spitting beats. He's just spitting.
That's facts. Wait, how close are you to Reina?
Bing bong,
Bing bong. Bring you down to King Kong.
Found.
bing bong, bring it on a ding dong. Can you stop doing that voice? Kind of annoying. Thank you, thank you.
Max,
Bro,
gonna
bro,
leave,
okay.
you know?
Yeah,
Max.
you little
Max.
Yo, so,
Imagine a team if you had Harbor, Viper, Yoru, Astra,
that team is
and
dog shit.
Neon. Nobody would be able to see anything.
That's gonna be dog shit. I don't even know what to.
How?
That's just a dog shit.
You don't even know what half those guys do.
I do. Okay, name one. Name one.
Viper.
What you just said. Wait. What does he look like?
She.
Is he the blue dude?
No.
Which one is he? Is he the
She.
dude next to Breach? Wait,
She's
who?
the dude next to Sky.
Oh yeah, I don't remember.
Bro really said, oh, I remember. Oh, wait, I don't remember.
Man, if you don't shut your little dumbass up.
Max, I'm literally, I am.
Why are you laughing? It wasn't that funny. Why are you still Can you explain to me why he's still laughing?
Okay, Mike Lazowski.
You don't know how to do it.
That one was bad.
You don't know how to do it.
You don't know even know the
Yo, I don't like that. I don't like that. Get out of here.
I
We need.
will
Can we ban
quite
Keegan from the chat?
Literally.
Can we ban Keegan?
Kind of creepy, Keegan. No, I like Keegan.
Yeah, I like me too.
Just like that.
Are you sure?
I like Keegan.
Well, I don't like you either.
Thank you.
I'm about to steal some anti-face from you like a beaver. Ooh.
I'm about to come. You know how to say no?
Yep.
Ends with a see you at.
Please, come on.
Why are you bopping? There's nobody there yet.
Spike down.
Ah! I touched his fire.
What is it? He's in the like little area. He didn't go down though. Away.
My aim is so garbage.
Reload him.
Reina killed Reina. Oh, I can't do it anymore. I'm starting to lose my voice.
That
No.
sucks.
He's coming down. He's coming down. He's not coming down. He's making a run
What?
for it.
He's what, Rax? He's what?
Yeah, you got him. Come on.
Last player standing. One
Fuck,
enemy
you got
remaining.
him. Oh, Reina v Harbor. You're gonna lose. I'm sorry.
Reba.
I said Reina v Harbor.
No, look in the
You're
chat.
dead. Oh.
30
Right, you're right.
seconds
He's to your
left.
right. He's to your right. I think. Oh yeah, he is to your right, but he's out of there. He's planting, I think.
Spike planted.
You're right. Oh my god.
Oh, I missed.
You don't say.
The enemy probably thinks we're afraid. She's right. That shit is scary.
By the way, we're in an unrated.
Aw. Running stinger.
Sting.
I'm gonna sting.
Stinger? That's a death wish right there, buddy.
Spectre. I wanted light shield and spectre, but I didn't have enough. Alright, come here. Yeah. Go, no, come here.
It's now or never.
Come here. Put it.
No
Go to
charges.
this corner. I'm gonna start spraying. Like, put your
Wait,
little thing.
what? Oh, what?
Oh, they came too fast.
Ow. Shot him once. He double headshot me though.
I'm dead. Oh yeah, see, dog. Shit. I could've just grabbed the Marshall.
Yeah.
If I grabbed the Marshall, I would've had no shield. Oh my god, no way! Oh wait. Is he crouching?
The Marshall is less than the Stinger.
He is! Andre has no mic. And no brain.
You mean
apparently.
headset?
Just try to go left and pedal.
Oh, our Reyna's cracked too.
Last player standing.
No way. 44 fade.
Oh, that was a comp.
Mm-hmm.
That little was throwing them gang signs at me. Alright,
Mm.
that same thing, but I'm gonna stay up here and shoot.
I didn't actually have my wave that round, so I'm actually gonna do it this time.
Okay, go stand in that little corner and put it through.
Wait, when do you want me to stop it?
Oh, just like where it's blocking their view off.
Okay.
I could actually peek and like just start spraying through clouds. Up, clouds through water. Oh no way, I got hit by that. That was a good placement actually, because there's this little peak.
Careful wave crashing.
Reloading.
Zip, he just went down.
Man had the
Spike down
Ares.
Water rising.
Reloading.
Wait, you can't fight. I'm gonna camp right here.
I'm camping their spike.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, he's coming from behind us. Hey, get the fuck out of here. You already know where I am. Camp that. Okay, now he wants to go.
Oh, it's just Yoru? That's easy.
Okay, yeah, it's a 4v1.
Oh wait, this girl had Phantom?
30 seconds left.
I'll take that. I'm watering again.
Walls up.
Oh, there's Yoru. He's dead.
Is your, wait, what's his name? Yoru?
I knew
Mhm.
better than that.
And
Bro.
Vandal?
I can go heavy shield. Is that an ant?
Where?
On my screen.
Like he just like
What
punched
the
your screen.
frick? How'd it get in here? No, then that's not good.
Oh, because have you left any food?
Probably.
Yeah, that's probably why.
Diddly darn die. Hey, yo, where you going? Where you going?
Who are you talking, bro?
It just
Into that
jumped.
He is talking to the ant. What? That ain't no ant, my boy.
The bullet.
one, got one,
enemy
got one.
remaining.
Oh no, I need to play. And I
So
need to get some
you're
ant
winning.
spray in here.
No, it's not. Oh, it's fake. She's solo. She's solo. It wasn't fake. Yeah. it
Where
was.
the frick? There was
Hey,
one.
AFK that whole
Shake you
round?
like the baby Radle.
No way.
Yeah.
You AFK that whole round.
I was.
Oh my, that's actually crazy.
Okay, well it seems to be that was the only ant.
Come on, let's go.
Must have just snuck in here somehow.
Come on.
Or it's coming through my vent.
Oh no. No, please.
What if it's coming from like inside your TV?
Yo, what? I'm gonna tell my mother about this though.
She's not gonna believe you. Bro, an ant jumped.
Well, no, it jumped off my desk like it was doing a suicide.
So we're gonna have to come up.
Bro
we're gonna have
said,
to sneak
bro
up
said
on
if I
some
can't have
more.
my own life, you can't take it from me neither.
What does that mean?
Makes a lot.
Spike down.
That is
Why you're about
not
to get
grammar.
shot. Yes, it is. I have to take a quiz.
Ow.
Because
No,
me and my
no,
friends
not Cypher.
took a quiz.
One down.
Be careful, he's about to peek.
One's on the right. I hit him for 105 Cypher behind
Spike
you.
planted. One enemy remaining.
Just the Cypher. He's so dead.
Last player standing.
Oh, it's just you and you have to go defuse, but Cypher's almost dead, so you're fine. He knows where you are, though.
Yeah, no. Can you see through that?
Oh, no. Hurry, 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 hurry. Okay, you have enough time.
Got it.
How does an ant get in here? My room is literally sealed.
Place is nice, but not nice enough to
Look
die
at the
in.
gun I picked
Peeled
up.
like a deal from a banana peel like Joshua Deal. With
Okay,
cornmeal and a seal.
I think that might have been like an ant scouting out the food source.
Yeah.
Poison Noah, give him a pill. A peel, I mean.
A
pill.
peel.
Peel.
A pill?
Yeah,
More like a
Go to court and
suppository.
get a peel.
A peel, and a peel.
Yeah, water.
Wave crashing.
Oh, wait. Don't worry, I didn't buy anything.
Ultimate ready.
I knew it was Omen. He's almost dead, he's almost dead. What a retard.
One
We have
enemy.
Yo, calm down with the R word.
Down
fun.
A.
My bad.
It's your
I think bro
bad.
left spike. I think bro left spike right
Take
here.
them out before they even pull the trigger.
Okay, there's no ants in my closet. I need to go take out my trash though.
You just can't put it in your closet.
Maybe.
Well, night, they're gonna take your soul.
Hold on.
Hopefully,
I'm gonna die.
Go do that same thing.
Yeah.
I'm getting cracked.
What?
Don't lag.
that goes crazy.
Ow. Kinda burnt.
I hate his thing because it damages me too.
Yeah, I really just don't. He should probably use it after, you know. He should probably use it to kill his enemies, not to kill us.
The fact that he actually could kill us.
What? Yeah.
Spike planted.
Water rising.
Where is he? Did I put it?
Reloading.
Hey, Rax.
Blocking
You need to try to get your Minecraft to work.
Too slow.
It's confused, I'm walking. Okay, he's coming behind you. He's coming right where you're facing,
Last player
No way. I was so close to sticking it.
Hey, Rax. Hey, Rax.
It's halfway already.
One enemy remaining.
You can get off. You can get off. Yeah, you got it.
Clutch.
Oh, back
Wait, it's Switch now, right? Oh, it's not Switch. I lose everything and I don't get that skin.
Hmm.
Dude, I'm actually, I'm so good, dude. I'm actually.
What are you, though?
I only have
Yeah,
2
better than
kills.
I actually first started playing.
I have 2 whole kills. I don't know where that suicidal ant went.
Probably dead in your cockpit room.
I've probably been playing for maybe like 2-3 weeks, and I'm way better than when I first started.
Yeah.
Wave crashing.
Yo, that's so much util.
I'm blinded and I'm marked? That's crazy. Blocking. Wait, do you have your waves?
Yeah. I'll block their site again.
site, yeah. You're not wide.
I hit him a little bit. Nice.
Oh, I got 1, 2. Come on now. 3v3. The classic? The classic? What is he? Oh, okay, I was about to say, I thought that's all he had. Come on now.
One enemy remaining.
That was
Ooh,
spike
come on.
carrier.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Oh,
Last
Behind,
player
behind
standing.
Sage. Sage, behind.
Sage.
Look
He knows where he
behind.
is.
Behind you.
Clutch.
Oh, he's so special! Oh my god. He's
You
special.
want me serious?
Special.
You got it.
He more than special.
He's best. You can tell him, Taylor, that's what he is.
If he looked at his mini map, he would have known where they were.
Yeah, because he spawned and then he looked, and then the one dude, wait, who spawned?
Phoenix
Wait,
spawned and then
who could teleport? Yeah, Phoenix, and like right in front of him, Cypher was just waiting.
yep.
Can you throw like a little, like your Jet's little cloud thing through the wall?
No. Oh, they used a
Blind if I
bunch
am
of
on
you
my
two.
own.
Going up.
Oh, that's a Yoru ball. Watch out. He could spawn there. Oh, he cancelled it.
Reloading. Healing cutting their vision.
Behind. He spawned there. I thought I.
Spike down A.
Where'd he spawn? Oh.
Dude, he's blind. There's also behind you.
Last player.
Oh,
Ah.
there's somewhere. Oh, god, man. Bro, I should have just stayed there and waited for him to spawn so I could just kill him. I hate how he's British. His voice is actually so annoying.
Mm-hmm. I'm still so confused on how an ant got in my room.
Wait, what did he just ask? When did all of you guys start the game?
For you,
Wait, is he talking? Cap. Is he telling us we're like the worst players alive?
Yeah.
Yoru
Oh,
ball.
he's right there.
Reloading.
Watch out, Yoru could
Put
TP.
go to that corner and put that wall.
I'm watching the Yoru ball still. Just in case.
I'm getting dragged in. Oh, he's up top.
Donisha.
No way, our teammates are this special.
Spike down A. Last player standing. Getting sight. Cutting their
The lines them still
Face
misses
your
almost
fear.
every shot. I have no faith in our team. I
Yeah.
have faith in us too, but I don't have faith in our team.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
The Vandal. What's going to do?
Or Vandal. About to grab you by the handle. What?
I have a handle, but I appreciate the offer.
Reloading.
You're not having to wait. Why are you just running Guardian? Like, are you running Guardian because you like it?
No, I'm running Guardian because I can't do Vandal full shield.
Oh, I thought you can. I can run Vandal full shield.
About to give birth.
They didn't.
What?
Yeah, they did. Some of them did. I'm going around to their spawn. Never mind.
No, the cat.
Oh, that's. I think.
It just planted.
Oh, he's to the
Spike
right.
planted.
Why is he actually just camping there?
Why are you just camping there, huh?
I'm not.
Yes, you are. I've seen your stream. What do you mean?
I've never streamed.
Oh.
What I don't understand is how people are blind enough they can't see this like transparent.
why don't
red line
why
on
don't
the
you
right
stream?
side of
Why
the
don't you stream?
My Wi-Fi?
Oh, yeah, my bad.
I could like
No
clip
way.
stuff.
Disaster.
Last player
Yeah, that's what you should
standing.
do. You should
One?
flip stuff
Yeah,
and
I am.
upload it
I'm
to
downloading.
thing.
I'm gonna download OBS soon.
Last
I just
round,
sat
win
my
for
bubble
you.
and
Okay,
We
defused.
cannot keep our goods after this.
Oh,
Fend
you
off.
should expect me. Shit. I'm gonna take your freaking guardian. How mad would you have been?
I could have bought another one.
Oh, okay.
No, I couldn't have. I would have had to go Spectre.
Spectre is good. I like Spectre. It's just not long range. That's why I have to push
Mhm.
out here with Spectre.
Flooding them.
Hmm.
Come on, let's go.
Because I don't want to peek that. I don't want to be the first one to die.
Someone's A.
You gotta peek. You gotta peek. I'm not moving.
Ah, you're behind. You're behind. Nice shots.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Oh, he was spiked. Oh, that's why. No. Oh, I almost
Switching
picked up
sides.
Ares. Oh my god. Wait.
Dang.
It wouldn't have even mattered, but if I would have picked up Ares and we would have ran that round, I would have been mad. Game's running so good right now. I just need better team. 50, but that's not terrible. No fucking
Not
point,
terrible, but
man.
it's kind of laughable.
You're
Your
laughable.
raps are unbearable. They're terrible.
Bro, you're in my life are uncomparable.
Yeah, mine too.
Because yours is because Raxus is better.
Betterable. Imagine if you were
Betterable.
Betterable.
No, no, don't
At least
firewall.
he warned us. At least he warned
I just water walled.
us.
No done anybody
Oh,
can
that's
see
like
nothing.
fast.
Ooh, there's so much there.
I got
Two
shot.
people kept running
I got headshot through the wall.
Oh, wait!
I feel like bro-
Spectating Phoenix.
I feel like bro just straight up lied to me, unless he had to do something. Bro messaged me like 3 hours
Why is
ago
he
and
shooting
said,
at his
bro, I'll be
toes?
on after my workout.
Mm-hmm. This workout takes like 3 hours.
Look at me.
No way.
I know that I
Mhm.
I called him one time. He was like,
There's no way.
yeah. And he said,
It's true.
I asked him, do you want to play Valorant? And he's like, not right now. I'm working out. And I was like, oh, really?
reloading.
He works out for like, because I called him like 3 times.
Well, he works out and then he takes a break.
Need a drop.
I might hit a no scope. Nasty no scope.
I bet you work out with him notice. Rainbow about to hit you with the back of the head with a baby cradle.
How do I even run Marshall? I can't even aim. They know where you guys are. No, he knows right where.
Preacher, best grade teacher. No one loves you and your mom doesn't either.
That's a rip.
I'm just in the rap mood
Reloading.
right now.
Left, you left, you left. Yeah, you hurt him.
Enemy spotted B. One enemy remaining.
See you right up top. Maybe not.
Shield going out.
Always, yeah, you heard him.
Planted.
What was that decoy? I hate his decoys. They're actually kind of good. Oh no.
Hallelujah, Reyna got him. I would not have hit that.
You would have missed that. Yeah, I know. I was like, he ain't hitting that.
Look, don't start resting. Still work to do.
You should expect sure. We have a Reyna.
Bro, that last round, I sat in the corner eating their utilities.
Hey,
Like,
you were
just
you were eating, like,
munching
you were
them up.
taking them, dude.
Like, I got hit by two Fade Dogs and the Cypher Bolt.
Who's next?
Blocking sight.
Oh.
Am I the one that always gets marked by it?
Ow.
Came out with the air raid. So confident. I'm so dead. Oh, I got him. No way. No way! Why does he place it right there? Why does he place it right where I'm standing?
Shield going up.
So look, Noah, I killed somebody, right? And then I saw another person come around the corner. He threw his fire, like, little launch pad thingy. And then I'm just standing in the corner at 30 HP, waiting for the other dude to peek around the corner, and he just said, oh, here you go, let me heal you with my fire! And then I just left.
He killed you? He said my bad jet in the
Yes!
chat.
There you go.
Take
He's
everything.
lucky, dude.
No!
No!
Wave crashing.
I'd stop that a little early.
I...
Okay, buddy.
No. No, why is it not charging? Why is my computer not charging? It is literally about to die. It just like closed the game.
Oh, no.
Is it not plugged in? Is it really not plugged in? Am I tripping?
Careful now.
Oh, it's about to die.
Blocking fire.
Oh,
Spike
no
planted.
way. It's no, it's not even in. It's not even plugged in either.
Dang.
Is this it? No, that's my PS4. What cable is this? Oh, it is plugged in. What? George. Am I dead? I'm not.
No.
One enemy remaining. Not good enough.
Try to kill that round too.
Let's get these idiots.
I can buy Vandal full shield.
I'm sticking with Spectre because I like Spectre.
We probably need to start doing save rounds. That's a tactic we haven't started using yet.
I kind of am because I have 4,150 left.
Well, yeah, but like, imagine we lose first round. We want to save second round so we can buy third rounds.
Flooding them.
Reloading.
Okay, please don't. Oh my god, oh please stop blinded butt me.
Blinded button.
Going up.
Why?
Enemy spotted.
Dark it down. Ultimate ready.
Blind.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Oh wait, I thought you killed him. Oh, he has to reload his Ares, he's dead.
I wanted to stab him.
Oh.
No stopping now. Not until the job is done.
Still saving.
I don't even have to save. I've spent 150 credits this round.
Just,
Okay, I swear it feels like.
how can I tell if my computer's charging? Hey, Mom. Mom, can you help me? I don't really know. I'm in the middle of a match. Oh, no, my computer's gonna die.
Like, die.
Like, it's on low power now.
Oh. Dang.
It's right here, but it's plugged in, it's just not working. He's right there.
Kill confirmed.
Ow.
Down B.
I got the spike.
What'd you ask?
Last player standing.
No.
Huh? Like, no, this laptop. It's not like, it's not working. Like, it's charging now? No, it's not. Go over here. No. Wait, is battery saver charging? Can you get Dad in here? Sorry. Wait, please tell me this is not my monitor. Okay. It's not.
Gosh,
Come on, don't
dang.
charge me. And I think my computer just died. He is? Are you sure battery saver isn't charging it?
It'll say charging.
Enemy spotted.
I
How
just
the
have plastic
frick?
wrong, too.
My ult ready.
Okay, Parker said that he
Why?
might be able
Why? He just killed me. He just killed me. Did you see that, Noah? Why this for again? Why is that?
Grax.
Reloading.
What?
Is the problem with your PS4 or Xbox or whatever you're trying to play Minecraft on? Is it that you don't have gold? Is that the thing?
B.
Like you don't?
Wait, I don't have what?
Like
No.
One enemy
He doesn't play on
remaining.
Xbox.
Yeah, PS4.
Oh!
exactly. So it's like
And it just died.
Uh-uh.
Match point.
dying.
Oh lord, they're desperate.
Isn't Valorant on PS4? I thought Valorant was on.
No. Only on PC.
I thought it was on Xbox too.
Well, it's on Xbox for PC.
Uh,
Who's next? Watch your eyes! Authorizing.
Spike down B. Thirty seconds left. Last player standing.
Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
Need a drop.
My ult isn't ready. Flooding them.
Face your fear! Reloading.
Water rising. Careful now. Ultimate ready.
what?
One enemy remaining. Cutting their vision. Red planet. Last player standing.
Let's do-
your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
No.
Wave crashing. Walls up. Someone's B. They will cover. Spike planted. Chal hut. Let's turn the die.
One enemy remaining.
Reload him.
Attackers win.
This is who I was meant to be.
No one's here. I'm here. Yeah, I'm not here. I don't even know. Yep. No. No, I'm good. Mhm.
Ugh. Yo, where this man's gone? What? Oh, I have to unmute and unmute you. Hello? There you are.
Well,
What's up?
here I am. I'm feeling fucking goated right now.
Really? Why does it say you're in
Yeah.
game? That's weird.
Probably because I lagged out.
Oh yeah.
It isn't a probably. It's because I lagged out.
Wait,
Hey, Mr. Boombastic.
do you have a timer?
What'd you say?
Do you have a timer
A timer for what?
when you can play again?
No, my computer died.
Yeah. Last time my computer died
Oh,
mid-match,
no,
it
no,
warned
no,
me.
no. No,
Okay.
I don't have a timer. I don't think I do because we hopped in here.
Are you in yet?
No, just wait. Like, don't kill me. Don't even move. Are you in a warm-up?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not even lagging. Hold on, let's see my MS thing. It's at 86 right now.
Dang.
Terrible. Oh, god damn, that's fucking scared the shit out of me.
What?
I think you're shooting it up.
Not really. Did that just
Broke your
bounce?
ass or
Or am I tripping?
the bullet bounced.
Oh, well, the reflection of the glass made me think my bullet bounced.
Oh,
Okay,
sexy.
Marshall 1v1. Come on now. Well, I can't get Marshall
Can't
yet.
aim.
What?
I can't aim.
Why not? Oh, you changed your reload button.
Yeah, I can't. Like, my mouse is broken. I'll no scope.
No, 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 it's fine.
I'll no scope. It's okay. Ooh, it's gonna be kind of hard to react whenever I have to no scope.
Yeah. I'll get the Marshall, and I'll no-scope after you kill me. Yeah, come kill me, come kill me. Marshall no-scope. Dang.
Not that hard whenever your balloon is, like, whenever your crosshair is, like, small.
Yeah.
Bro, I could probably headshot you from here. I kinda lost item. Just gonna run. I'm gonna run stuff here. You can change this gun.
I'll just start scoping.
So you'll probably just kill me. Probably not even gonna be able to kill you, honestly.
Really? Why?
I'm lagging a little bit.
Wait, why is your mouse not working?
I don't know. Like, when it's like, it works. Like, I can aim in, but it makes me stop aiming, aims in, then makes me stop aiming, and it just keeps
So
doing
it's
it
like
over and over.
spamming right click?
Yeah.
Hmm. That's weird.
See all the way over there. I'm literally at A.
Death cap.
I swear.
I missed.
Yeah, me too. I missed
Okay,
it
I'm
so
gonna try
hard.
and like go through the guns, like one by one. Okay. So I already did the Marshall, so now the next lowest cost gun is the Bucky. So I got hit you with the Bucky and the Classic.
My mouse. Oh my. Oh, my mouse is about to die. I gotta plug it in real quick.
Okay.
God dang. Wait, what gun was that?
The Bucky. No way!
I don't understand how low you got me.
I'm allowed to move to the
I'm
Stinger
one
now,
tap, so you're
but I
good.
still need to hit you with the Classic.
Oh, so you can't use the stinger.
No, I can use the Stinger. I want to
What?
get through
I thought
all
you
the...
were going through every single gun.
I am, but like, I am gonna do
An order.
Classic. Okay,
That was 20. You
now
were
I'll use
so
the Stinger.
close.
And then I gotta do Shorty. Shorty's gonna suck. Gosh dang
You
it.
have to like shoot the stinger like two bullets.
3 bullets. Let's see if I can get a kill with this thing.
You definitely can.
Ow.
What was it? Was it a knife?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. Next gun is the Judge. Judge and Shorty.
I shouldn't be worrying about getting a one tap from far away.
Yeah. If you stay far away. Oh. Ow.
That laggy, I don't even know how I hit you.
You're probably only lagging because you're on plugged in. Die.
Well, I need that heal. No, I didn't even get. I wasn't even able to get it.
No way. How?
Oh, please, please, please. Yes, I got it.
Die! Oh my gosh. I'm doing the Judge later.
Streaming this too.
If I had the op right now, whoo, you'd be done for.
Yeah, I would.
Okay, buddy.
Watch, I have your stream open and I'm streaming. I'm playing.
1 minute
Imagine.
remaining.
Oh, I knew you were slow walking.
Dang. Ow.
30 seconds left.
Have I sure you anything?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm so low.
Ten seconds left.
Odin, oh my god! if you, okay, if there's like 20 seconds left, you would have just started wall banging me.
Yeah.
You started shooting through the ground, and oh my god, dude, I would be screwed. Okay, so player unrated.
um,
Or do you want to run that up again and we do the same thing?
uh, let's just do unrated. No, no, no.
Dude, like, okay, if you have 100 ping,
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna be like, you're gonna be lagging. But like, if you have like 90, it's gonna be like 2 yellows and 1 green.
Yeah.
But on a, like, I'm on 100 ping. Like, hold on, let me check Discord, see what ping I'm at. About 100 exactly.
Dang.
So bombastic. Ooh, I forgot I had birria tacos.
Gosh dang, Pando.
You know what birria tacos
Match found.
No.
are? They're the best things on this planet. That's what they were.
What are they?
It's like, okay, so it's Mexican food.
Uh-huh.
It's basically like, it's like a, it has to do with the meat. The meat's not the same.
Hmm.
How do you use Cypher?
Everyone is afraid.
Who?
Cypher, how do you use him? Like, how?
Cypher?
Like, I don't understand. Like, it's like, yeah.
So, he sets his
Like,
tripwires. Hmm. So he has his tripwires that you throw down. He has a deployable camera that goes invisible when it's sat on the wall. And he has this little, he throws down these little things on the floor, and he can remote activate those little cage smokes.
And it makes it, okay. But
And then
like,
his
I don't
ult,
know. Every single
he
time I use
throws,
him, he sucks. And then like I see somebody else using like, oh my god, they're the best in the lobby.
well, you just need to like place your tripwires behind you, and
We're using Fade. I can't be switching. Like the only people I'm gonna be able to use is Neon and Reyna. That's the only 2 people I'm gonna be able to use.
really,
Half of their team is dog shit. More than half their team. There's 1 good player that may be good.
dang.
Oh, actually, our team looks about the
I
same.
feel like I like Recon better than anything else. I don't know why I chose Harvard, to be honest. I mean, he's cool, but he's not cool if all my
You gotta
teammates
move his
immediately.
water.
Yeah, it's cool. Harbor's nice to play unless your teammates have the spike.
Yeah. He's only good for half of the match.
Yeah. I mean, and sometimes he can create those little closed off
Like,
peaks,
They brought
yeah.
along Omen.
but I usually
Fear
I
forget
feel like the
to.
best own player is
Like
either
a broken
Jet or
doll lost
Omen.
in the attic.
Hmm? The best what?
I feel like, cause you, like, what is it called? Like, solo player. Like, you're playing
Hmm.
deathmatch, Omen or Jet would be the way to go because,
No, no, Reyna. Reyna, 100%.
oh yeah.
Reyna's
She's like,
crazy.
You, Reyna blinds people, doesn't she?
Yeah. And she can do it through walls as
She's
well.
like the whole team.
Mm-hmm. I feel like with the Val meta, if you don't have a Reyna on your team, you're screwed.
Yeah. They don't have a Reyna on their team. Opening door.
Ow.
Reloading.
Hard on their team.
2v3, you guys got this.
Player
Never
Oh
mind.
yeah, I'm dead.
1v3?
Oh, he's gonna die by the first. Yeah, I was gonna say he's gonna die by the first person. Okay, we have to kind of carry our team.
Mm-hmm.
Heavy shield. I'm going heavy shield sheriff. Actually, I'm going heavy shield ghost.
No way. Going heavy marshal. I forgot to use my scan.
Cool. Oh, okay. I like
them down.
that. That's the plant thing, isn't it? Like the
What?
plant looking one.
Where are you?
The plant looking thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
it is. I want to try and take
Ah.
out from behind.
I got oozed.
Oh, someone's trying to take us behind us. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Oh, I just got 3 kills with the Marshall.
Vandal.
Marshall. That's
Yeah, he's coming from there.
crazy.
He's coming from that little door. Make it 4. Make it 4.
Whoa, what?
Yeah, I don't know. He already has Vandal somehow.
Oh, yeah. Wait, this is unrated, right? He's going Vandal, no shield.
Last player standing.
No way.
Is
This
he blind? Is he blind? Is he dumb? Is he blind?
man has the
Did
stinger.
he not see his teammate drop and just start running? Yeah, it doesn't easy. Pick up that gun. No way, he's not gonna pick up that.
Man would rather use the stinger. She obviously circled back around to A.
Yeah, that's his use. Oh my, you heard it!
30 seconds left.
What is he doing?
Who's blind?
Yeah, not really.
Hey. You're
Come on, now you gotta say something too. She just
10
not.
seconds left.
He just nodded no.
Spike planted.
Oh my.
I've got your trail.
Revealing area.
They're B.
Are you stupid?
Man is confused.
Hey,
Of course he got an ace. Yes.
dude. Why do we get the dump? I mean, why do we get the
Hello.
dump people?
Good. About what? No. No, he is not. Bro, how do I click 3 heads last game and I only have 3,000 credits?
I'll find you.
Oh,
They didn't go here.
just leave chat. There we go.
Reloading.
There they are.
How did Reyna get blinded?
Hold.
Reloading.
Spike down B.
Behind. Dang.
Spike planted.
Is bro about an ace?
Last player standing.
Ow.
Oh, it's this.
No way man has the stinger.
No way!
Teleport's ready.
honestly
Some
thought he had
thing
like
they'll
the
see before they
slightest
die.
chance. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hello.
Thought he had the slightest chance of
No
winning
way.
that
That's
for
false
some
hope.
reason.
Hey, how's it
I
going?
mean, usually our teammates aren't that bad. That's the
Mhm.
reason.
We just have that one literally new player on our team.
Yeah, he literally
Hello?
said I just got it. He said I just got this game.
Mhm.
Mm.
Hello.
I'll find you.
Hello.
Okay.
Hey, how's it going,
Mark
y'all?
one.
Good.
Playing Valorant?
Yeah.
Yeah, me and Noah are.
Found one. My ult is ready.
Oh yeah, Keegan, did you do the shorts thing
Enemy
already?
in attacker spawn.
No, we were waiting on you.
Spike planted.
Okay. What is it?
Oh yeah, Davis, you wanna do that real quick?
I'm in the middle of a Valorant match.
Alright, I'll let you. So, Davis, I think we're just gonna have McCaskey record it. So what it's gonna be, right? Is it's gonna be me and Davis, right? It's gonna be
Last
like,
player
be
standing.
like at a restaurant, having like a quote unquote date, quote
Hey
unquote,
yo!
not an actual date.
On
The
stream.
But then,
game is actual.
but then here's where it kind of changes from the original, right? You are going to be the waiter, right? And it's gonna be like your POV, and then you're gonna like bring us our drinks, and then in the process of bringing us our drinks, in the middle of me and Davis's conversation while sitting at our booth, he's gonna get really mad at me for doing like the stupidest thing or wearing the stupidest thing, and then he's gonna blow up the entire restaurant.
Just explained a whole movie plot.
I did.
That's
Dang.
facts.
I'm loading into
I'm gonna say like, I hate you because your toes are bending the wrong way.
Bro, my toes are at kind of
Our
are at.
chakras just aren't aligned right now.
Oh.
Stop flashing me!
They're blinded with fear.
Get off of me! I got.
I've got your trail.
McCaskey, we decided to have you as the waiter because whenever the restaurant blows up, I think you'll have the best chance of keeping the most stable
Last player
internet.
standing.
It's only like 100 blocks of TNT, but like, still, you know.
One enemy remaining.
No way.
I'm loading into the world right now,
Teammates
McCaskey.
are brain dead.
Dreams are a funny thing. One little
Hmm.
twist, all turns dark.
Surrender? No way.
Crazy. That's sick, sir.
How brain dead are we? It's 5-0. There's another ant in my room. Or it's the same one.
Oh my.
I can't tell.
Came back. Came back from more.
Reloading.
How is he here? I'm so confused right now.
Suicide.
You know what? I'll get him later.
Just gonna let him chill.
He's just crawling
Alright,
up. I don't know where he going.
I'm on the board. I'm gonna invite you. McCaskey, whenever you join, I'm gonna have to teleport you to me because I download like a city world for us to like just make more clips in the general.
Wait, he might show me where he came from if I just watch him. Or he's gonna crawl into our walls.
And whenever we're done doing this, you guys can go back to playing Valorant or whatever. But
Okay. What is he doing? He just started hunkering up and chewing on my wall. What is man's doing? Oh, okay. Man started running again. Where's he going?
Reloading.
Where's he going? Oh, man's crawling some more.
Careful here.
Where's he going? Where are you going? Where are you going?
Did we win that round or did we? Oh, we lost.
Just let them try.
I don't think we're gonna win this game. Me and you are gonna have to pop off.
Yeah, like that's like the main kills. Is just actually no. I need to start stepping it up.
What am I doing? I'm second. That's crazy.
Stay focused.
I'm what, this way?
Where are you?
They went C.
I'm right over there. Yeah, I see that. Actually, I hear that. It's Sage. She just got attacked by the dog.
No way. You're lagging so bad.
Yeah, I know.
Grab that gun. That vandal.
I don't
That's-
want it. I want the Spectre.
No, you don't.
You
Yeah.
failed.
We finally won.
Whoa! And I don't even get the Vandal. I just want the Vandal.
No
Actually, I can
way.
still get Vandal. Vandal heavy shield.
You
Then
get
you go up, then
Vandal
you go
heavy shield? That's crazy. Where'd that ant go? Man, it's on my ceiling! How we get up there? He is rock climbing on my
I got a
rocky
strat, I got a strat.
ceiling.
Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here.
What? I
I'm
need
gonna
to
open
throw
door,
my
you're gonna
scan.
blind. Oh, that's...
Where are you?
They're not here.
Scanning ahead.
We gotta go. There's C.
Some of them are spawned. One's going down, dude.
Gosh dang.
Spike planted.
That Sky on their team is too good. You should use your ult. It's your only chance. Watch out, don't get hit.
Last player standing.
Oh, back up.
Can't!
Dang.
Can't, I like couldn't, like... I'm moving at like the speed of like... I can't even say that word,
Make
just
their
straining on
fear
you.
your weapon.
Yeah.
Or use a gun.
Bro, where's that ant now? Where is he going? Where is he going?
He's on a mission.
He is. I don't know where he's going. There's no food in my room except these Doritos next to me. I wanna
I'm
shoot
going
that
no
stupid
scope,
thing.
Marshall.
No scope Marshall.
Yep.
Need to call my mom in here. This thing's gonna drop from my ceiling.
I'm gonna get at least one no scope.
Not here. Why do we always 4-stack A like they're going there every time?
Enemy spotted B.
Wasn't even working. Please tell me I made it out, and I didn't.
Reloading.
What is Astral doing?
Last player standing.
That dude is
Spike
good.
planted.
He's about to ace. Does he have to defuse? He does,
Yeah.
right? He could have defused, but it's too late now. Look, the Eternal dude's about to ace. Watch. I'm calling it.
Why? He could have just
Oh,
hid.
oh,
He could have
I
just
know.
hid.
I hate seeing another person using Harbor. It's actually kind of annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like Noah isn't over there.
Okay, maybe we should like 4-stack C.
Yeah, I'll do it with you.
Everyone here, I'll go A, you guys go C. I
Well,
just
if
need
we're
to.
gonna go A
I'm just
now,
gonna
why-
scan and run. If they're not there.
Watch.
I'll find you.
They all went A.
Shot down.
Wait, why is he camping his spawn with a Vandal?
I don't know, where'd that stupid little ant go? Oh, he's gone now. don't know where he went.
Wait, I think I got an idea.
But where did he go? Is that him?
Controls,
Oh no.
equipment. What should I need to make my reload button something else. Actually, no,
Did
I'm
you
not.
see that chamber?
Yeah, I did. His
Last
crosshair.
player standing.
Oh yeah. So what did you? What? He's running away from it.
He's running Frenzy Bucky.
He's blind. How do we get the worst teammates?
Like the literal
One hit
worst.
ends, another begins.
Like, I was
Feeling
better
generous?
than I was better than these people whenever my first match.
Yeah.
They have like the movement of like retards.
Bro,
Stupid
imagine how good you would be doing if you had no ping.
Gold of internet. No ping. Like, yeah, let me just disconnect my Wi-Fi. Have no ping.
I'll find
Yeah,
you.
I'll do way better.
They broke my haunt before it landed. Why?
What's up? What's up?
Hello.
I'm back.
Dang.
I was doing a dinner.
Dude, oh my.
Not too crazy.
Why?
Okay, I got rid of their best player.
Sorry, McCaffrey. What?
I just did.
You will not kill my allies.
You better be.
I know.
I've got your trail.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
oh, I thought we were like building.
No.
Like, the whole city.
Oh yeah, I got the swimming.
Did you see that,
Last
Max?
round
Did
in
you
the
see
half.
what the Sova did?
This is the restaurant, McCaskey, that you were the
No,
waiter
I
to.
did not.
He
Okay, we
pulled
got
out his
the
ult
menu, we
point
got
blank.
The Carlsberg Heineken Singtao.
He pulled out his ult point
Right?
blank.
Wax.
Yeah.
Oh my, okay.
We have the
Alright.
cop with his Hosia. Mamma
What
mia.
did I
Ariana.
do?
You're a fan.
We have the Vesuvio kebab and
My
Hawaii pizza.
fan. Oh, my AC?
Yeah, your AC.
Yeah, it's loaded.
Can I
You
have
guys
permissions?
just now hearing it?
No,
Oh my
it's
God,
been
you-
this whole time. So
Yeah, I got
loud.
you. Yeah, okay, McCaskey, look, so, this is right now. Do not press that, okay? Do not press this, okay? We are going to time it, right? So that it's gonna be,
They're planting B.
it's gonna be me and Davis sitting at this booth, right? You're gonna be like behind the counter. Here, come over here, I'm showing you. So we're gonna be sitting at this booth, right? We're just gonna be like talking, and then you're gonna like overhear like an argument or something. And oh wait, actually, hold on. I'm
Our
actually
chamber's
thinking about-
brain dead.
You're gonna hear us like arguing, right?
Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're gonna hear us
Is it
arguing,
still
okay,
loud?
McCaskey, and then you are going to press this button, okay? Wait, hold up. Let me just make sure that's lined
No
up.
charges.
Okay, you're gonna press that button, which will activate the redstone, which will push the piston down into the thing, right? Just like press the button, and then you'll figure it out. Me and him, we'll walk in, we'll sit down. You'll like, here, let's get a
Where'd
chest.
this dang ant go?
You're gonna pretend to grab drinks out of the chest, and then or actually, since you are streaming it, maybe put drinks in there,
Don't bother,
and then
no, they
and then
don't
press
do
the
it.
button, and then walk over, and then we need to time it perfectly so that whenever Noah Davis is like, I'm done, it just blows up the second he's like, I'm done. You know what I mean?
Bring them
Does that make
down.
sense to you? Do you comprehend?
Why don't
Sir,
we just
Siege.
give him the button? Make it a lot easier.
Why don't you what?
Give him the button.
Okay, but then I thought about that, but then where do we place it? Oh,
Try again.
yeah, I guess that works.
Spike is down.
Here, I'll do
Spike
the
down.
redstone.
C.
Okay.
Oh my god, I missed every single shot.
Yeah, he just needs to literally time it perfect though, or it. Before we start, I need to make a copy of the world, just in case he messes it up, which he probably will once or twice. But
Gone.
Press the button. Ooh,
Did you place redstone on top of?
Under it.
Match
Yes.
point.
Nice.
Let's get these idiots.
Never
Okay, so that's
surrender.
gonna blow up. So
What'd you say now?
you're gonna be like standing here. You're gonna see us walk in, and you're gonna be like, "Hey guys, what do you want?" And then put like water, and then
Anyone feeling generous?
you'll grab the water, and then he'll blow it up, and then
What's the point of surrendering on the last round?
I don't know.
so
There.
Davis, right? Whenever what you need to hit the button a few seconds after he says the word after, because it takes TNT
You have a script.
about no, we can make one.
Where are
Do you want a script?
Yeah.
Spike down A.
Okay, here.
For everybody. Just
I'll
put
talk.
shared doc.
It won't be on the dock. It'll just be in this group chat that we're talking right now.
Okay.
Oh no, you're definitely gonna clutch this.
Bring them down.
From where?
Will you, Makashi,
I don't know.
will you go outside and will you look above the door to see what the place is called? It's called like Frizzy's Pizza or something.
Yeah, give me a second. I'm trying to find the.
Okay, you're gonna go play Minecraft for a minute.
Yeah.
You guys' drinks name.
Like for like a couple minutes or like an hour or two.
Oh.
It'd probably take like 30 minutes, I'd say.
Mm.
All right, wait. So what drinks do you think I should make? I'll just make like a whole bunch.
Out of your boy.
Lexer's Pizza. Lexer's Pizza.
Well, my thing's starting to get little laggy. I'm gonna close all my 90 tabs.
No, leave.
Yo, he's finally doing it. Let's go.
My computer's having a hard time processing that. Okay, it's done.
Dang. Maybe it's because you have 90 tabs.
That's just a mate.
They're all
Not
gone.
for sure.
Now we have one.
Why is like what like you said? Wait, what'd you say? Crisp
Crisp noise
noise
suppression.
suppression. What'd you say?
Crisp
How do I
noise
get
suppression.
there?
It should
I
just
mean,
be
I
right
know how
above
to get there. Never
standard.
mind.
That's what mine is.
I don't. I only have two options.
One, two, three, four, five, six.
Wait, is it worse right now?
Yeah,
Is it better now?
yeah. We can only hear it when you talk.
Oh, okay.
Where'd that ant go? Oh, the ant's back there. Or that's a different ant. I can't tell. I don't know. Hold up, I'll be back.
What drinks are you making, Makashi?
Oh my god. Water, milk, Dr. Pepper, Coca-Cola, Mountain Dew, and water. Oh, and
Nice.
also orange juice.
Nice.
Can I get an orange juice?
Nah, frick you.
Oh, or don't like that.
Yeah, that's a bet. Yeah, that Yelp review. You guys are getting shut down. Worst pizza place I've ever been to. Wait, at a pizza place, orange juice?
That's
Why?
disgusting.
Hey, the kids like it, okay?
It's like a lot of things. Mine. I mean,
Isn't I'm pretty sure one of us is streaming.
think it's think it's no.
Yeah.
All right,
Stream,
I just
you didn't
typed
hear
out the
that.
whole script in the thing.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm reading it right now. When a trap
Yo,
Did you get that damn ant?
ant exterminated.
Let's go.
Yo, somebody invite me to the world. Flying fox.
Actually, I'm not going to. Because McCaskey, I'm gonna make the copy of the world real quick, okay?
Okay. So do I need to leave?
No, I mean it'll kick you out.
I'm not done. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
I was still making the water or the dispensers.
Gosh dang it. Well then you can just set it up if we need it again.
Okay.
Copy world. I'm gonna make like 4 copies. That should all be all we need.
Okay.
The copy, the copy of the copy of the copy. All right, sweet.
Hey Keegan, do you think you could maybe make that skin tonight? I wanted to do some Minecraft stuff.
Uh, sure. I could start on it. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, mine took a day or two to make.
Oh,
So
okay.
I could
Well,
start on
no,
it. Yeah.
if it's gonna take you a while, it's no rush. Just do whenever you have time.
All right. I'm on the world. I'll invite you guys. Cat and catfish, flying fox. All right, Rex. I don't know if you're still here or not, but you might want to mute just for the next little bit.
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Thank you.
It says the world is
Problem,
no
Pookie
longer.
Bear.
This is what, McCaskey?
Oh,
Very well.
nothing. I accidentally tried to use an old invite and didn't
Aw.
want me. It didn't was being difficult. Should probably turn my game sound down a little bit. You know.
Let's have a music box going in here.
Yeah. Sure. Let me get one of the new ones. Here, I'll put it.
Here, let's have it like here.
Are you literally serious right now?
Bro. There ain't no way. Did you finish up whatever you had to finish up?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I need to do that. Give me a second, but this.
Bro really made the Dr. Pepper instant damage. Bro had something against Dr. Pepper.
Nice.
You join in, Gavis?
Did you invite me?
I did.
Can you do it again?
hmm I'm gonna turn off, uh, McCaskey. Whenever we start, you need to turn off gamer tags. That way they don't see Flying Fox or whatever, and just so it looks better in general.
Okay.
Slash teleport to Flying Fox where me. Welcome to Lexer's Pizza. Alright, everyone be looking at the script. McCaskey,
We have a script.
uh
Where's the script?
yeah,
Yeah, it's in the Discord.
in the Discord. It's not very hard, Davis. McCaskey, maybe assign a start recording button on your keyboard. That way whenever we let go, you just hit the button and it starts.
Yeah, I'll do that. I did a little more design in here.
What does the
Nice.
button do?
Don't press the button.
Do not press the button yet.
Well, why do I press it so early?
Just
Yeah, don't press it early. It's gonna it's not on like a timer or anything, Keegan. It's just TNT. It's just explode. It's gonna explode
yeah,
after like 3 seconds.
5. I think it's 5. Yeah.
Dang.
1, 2.
And
I think you need to edit that
And we'll
script.
hear it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's why I said arguing, because me and him are just gonna be arguing about the most dumb thing, but then he's gonna be like, you know what, we're all gonna stop talking. It's gonna go dead.
And then I go, I'm done, and then it blows. Boom.
All right, let's go.
Turning off.
Oh,
all
you're good.
settings
Can I
so
hit
you
the
can try
button from here?
configure. Yeah, you should be able to.
Do not try. Do not try.
I don't know if I can.
We'll just
Hold up.
redo the
Hold up.
take if you're
Hold
not.
up. Hold up. Here.
Yeah.
I broke the redstone. Go ahead. I broke the redstone. Go ahead. Try.
Okay.
Sit down and try.
I can't. I think I need to move
Can't.
the seat over.
Okay. Here. I can do that. I can do that.
We'll be sitting diagonally. Dang.
No, I'll move that one too.
Gosh, dang. Pizza Vesuvio Kebab Hawiwi. What is E? Europe? Euros. Are we
Right.
paying in euros?
Yes.
Oh. Dang.
Okay. We are going to put.
Now
wait,
can I?
hold up,
Oh,
wait.
I can press it now.
Okay. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. You can?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hold up. I don't know how that worked, but that was kind of a good placement. I don't know how you spun it around like that, but that was good.
Well, this trapdoor's in my way now.
No, you should be able to click it.
No, because
Okay.
look, get in the seat and see if you can click that dang button.
Oh. Just flip it out for a second.
No way. I don't have perms. Can I even press the button? No, I don't have
Oh,
perms.
I'm
You
giving you
didn't give
perms.
him perms.
Yeah, my bad.
That'd be
Okay.
good.
So, I mean, I get if I can get this one the flip the exact same way, we don't need a trapdoor. But that's just gonna be really difficult.
Oh, frick! I accidentally deleted that.
Oh,
Hey,
I'm still.
turning off in-game player names turns off the names of the drinks.
Oh, you got water too, Mountain Dew,
Oh yeah, do you like water
Coca-Cola. What is the difference? Oh, is water too?
It's
Is that withering?
Oh, bro, I'm gonna say water too. Or one of us should say. One of
no. I feel like that'll like.
No, it should be like, I'll have a water, and then the other one goes, I'll have a water too.
yeah.
Okay. I mean, why can't I find why potions aren't weapons? That's why I can't.
Alright, do not move the minecarts from now on. Man, Davis,
Wait,
please
you
try to
can
do
come
it
knock
in
on
one
my
take.
apartment.
Yeah, but we don't want people to lose interest in the video, cause you know people's attention spans in 2023, bro. They ain't gonna
No, we gotta play like bass boosted random meme sound effects as soon as you open the door. It's just like, doon doon. I would like to go on a date, and then you do this SpongeBob squeaky shoe sound. Squeak, 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 squeak. We're here. Boom, boom. Squeak, squeak. It's perfect.
I think that'd be too long. I'm pretty sure it's just gonna start with us like walking to the door. I mean like, bro, you still got the fire shoes.
I do.
Hello, everybody. It is I, your waiter.
I do not approve.
Wait, what is
Why
it?
not?
It's just
Oh wait, here, I can be your waiter. No, I'm wearing this skin.
Oh, you're not. Here we go.
Okay, Davis, we're about to start recording. Davis.
Okay. Do you have a problem with
No,
my
we have to
Alays?
kill
That
these off
skin
now.
you could get mad
Oh.
at him for.
I feel like you just. Ah! What do
Yeah,
they
we can't
drop?
have
No
these.
XP? No anything?
I don't think you're supposed to kill them.
I don't know how to drop ball.
My gosh, you go to your inventory and shift click it and it deletes it.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. So,
And I'm gonna look
Davis,
at
you are
my
not wearing that
old-
skin. I'm so
Yes, I
sorry. You are
am.
not wearing. No, no,
You're wearing Steve's skin.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
What?
He's
you
not.
are.
You're tripping.
I literally see
He's
Steve.
Give me a second.
that's his fox thing.
His what?
My
His
Kitsune.
fox skin.
No, I don't see it. I think I'm just.
You got eye issues.
He does.
I don't think I do. I'm
Davis,
wearing
I
this.
just reapplied it. Is that better?
I'm staring at bald, not bald, regular Steve for this
You
quote
are.
unquote date.
Or Mikasio. What?
Oh, did it kick me out? I'm setting up
Yeah.
my hotkeys.
Okay. Davis, please change out that skin, please.
Okay, here, I got you. I got you. I'll chain
You
out
got-
of the skin.
Just go back to your normal skin. Go to
Here,
the one,
I got
bro.
you,
I gotta like
fam.
compliment your
Don't
shoes.
worry,
I
I
gotta,
got
like,
you, fam.
bro.
This is better, right?
No.
Konnichiwa! We are going into
Nope.
the restaurant! Gigan, I absolutely hate everything about you. We're done. Click.
Did I add the redstone back? I did. You're done. You're done.
You're done. You're done.
Okay, so it doesn't seem like the hotkeys are working.
Okay, that's fine. You can just like click it, and then I can edit it out. We just made it easier.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I signed them, but they're just not working. Excuse me.
Davis, did you look at the script?
What? Oh, kind
Did
of.
you?
It was mostly just like telling me to do whatever. What the
Yeah.
frick?
I wish there was a better restaurant option for us, but this is the best one.
This is fire.
I don't know what that is, but
Me neither. It's called there's another Catmaids page? Gosh dang.
why do you have them?
This is my sister's account.
Your sister
This
is a
is
cat
called
maid?
this is called Wallan.
Your sister
Wallan.
mains a cat main skin?
Yes?
I could
That's
see
so
that.
different.
I could see that. Gracie's furry.
Yeah, I'll be back. See ya.
Okay.
Bye, Rex.
I can be Banjo Kazooie. No way.
Gracie bought a drawing pad so she could draw furry things.
Nah,
That's
that's
weird.
cap.
That is weird.
That's cap.
I'm not even kidding. I've seen the drawings on the fridge.
Those
Is that
were
why you
not
haven't
from
been
the
inviting
pad.
me over? Because you don't want me to see Gracie's furry drawings?
Apparently. Oh, what is this?
Goodness, how do I retitle that? Okay, I should probably add a new scene that is recording that doesn't have my widgets on it.
This is cursed. This is
Only
cursed.
choice is going to be
What is that?
This is cursed.
What is that?
It's cursed.
Okay, Davis. While
Yes.
McCaskey is figuring that out, me and you need to figure out what we're gonna be arguing about. Or are you just gonna improvise on the spot?
I'm gonna improv. You're gonna improv.
I am? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Bing 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 bing.
Are you good?
No, I'm not. But I'm in the hood where the wood is made out of
Oh snap.
I don't know.
Alright,
Wood.
I think it should be set up.
It should be. Okay.
What is that skin?
It's
It's cursed. It's so cursed.
alright, Davis, change it back.
Yes,
I
sir.
don't like naked creeper.
Yeah, me neither.
All right, McCaskey. Yeah,
1, 2, buckle my shoe. Okay,
Davis,
so
you should walk in singing that in the exact same way you
no,
did.
don't. Okay,
Yo,
I'm
yo.
gonna get my recording started.
Okay, okay.
All right, we are live. I'm getting out of F11. All right, I need to throw out this stuff as well. Maybe get us in creative or in survival. Oh frick! I never added the buttons. Okay.
What button?
To dispense the drinks.
Oh,
Right. All right,
here.
I'll just take them off the wall. It's fine.
Okay, is that good?
I think so.
Are we good?
The disc isn't playing.
Replay it.
It's gone.
Oh. Um. Can I get it real quick?
Where'd it go? Disc. Hallo. Wo ist die? There you are.
We good?
Yep.
What? Okay. Give me a minute. Okay. We have to wait for the chat message to go away, Davis, then we'll go. Okay.
What? We're going?
No, no, David.
Do you want me to take the dragon head off?
Yes, please. Yes.
I'm putting
yes,
back on
please.
my turtle helmet.
Okay, buddy. Let's go.
Oh. Hello there. What can I get for you guys? Drink.
Hey, can I get a water?
I'll do a water too.
Okay.
Yo,
I knew this
that
would be a
waiter
pretty good place to go.
sucked. I absolutely
He
hate
is.
that guy. Like,
Bro,
yo,
did
what
you
is
see
what is
his
that?
jeans?
What is that on your face? What is that
No,
on
you
your
don't.
face?
Keegan, I don't have
What?
perms.
What is that on your face?
Keegan, I don't
Okay,
have
okay,
perms.
you can get outside.
You sat in
I
my
can't-
seat, Keen. You sat
I
in my
can't break
seat.
the painting.
You also took me out of creative.
What do you mean you don't have perms,
Yeah, we're.
McCaskey? What?
It won't let me break. Come here. Come here. I cannot break this.
Oh,
You're in
Oh,
creative. so
I had this in adventure mode. My bad. Get out. Get out here. Go. Get out. Go.
That's
But
crazy.
it's in
That's my bad.
creative.
All right. Davis, we need to walk and talk, okay?
Excuse me. Hey, I still need to go to survival.
I know, we're coming.
Politics.
Alright, hold up.
Politics.
Okay, thank you.
Why do I have water breathing?
I can't right now, Mom.
Why?
Hey, maybe we should get some stuff cooking.
Yeah, you know what? You guys go do that, okay? My mom wants me for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
5 minutes. Be right back.
Can I get creative?
Bro just left us in survival here.
He did. Yes, we gotta go find our own
Yeah, let's
campfire.
go pillaging.
Oh wait, we can use the wood. We can break the tree.
It doesn't drop. We're still in adventure.
Huh?
It doesn't drop.
Oh.
He still has us in. Frick. We can still break stuff though.
Why?
Let's go tear down the house.
What house?
I don't know. That's what we need to decide. What does this say? It says Ocean Walk Underground City. Wait, what?
What?
It's Haagen-Dazs.
The what? Haagen-Dazs? Oh, obviously. Oh, this is where we get our ice and cream.
Red Tulip, $120.
Bro,
Holy crap!
I downloaded Hoi 4 today.
You bought it?
No, it's on Game Pass.
Oh.
Yeah, I downloaded it and I started playing as Nazi Germany.
Oh yeah.
And
Of course.
I
That's the base playthrough.
okay, and I started and I was like, what is my goal? It didn't tell me what my goal was.
You don't have a goal, no. You can do literally whatever you want. But generally, you probably want to recreate what actually happened historically, because that's a really good strategy for Germany.
Oh.
Is going after Poland in 1939, because the Allies are guaranteeing the defense of Poland, so they will join in when you attack them. and you can easily take out France if you just have like a tank pool. And then that's a bath. That's the
This is the
women's bathroom.
ladies' bathroom. We don't go in there.
And then you can go after Russia after you've done a bit more build up. Got a big enough army.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
I just
But
remembered that I'm still streaming.
the ally. Oh dang! You said Nazi on stream. That's awkward.
It's fine, it's fine.
Hey, you wanna come read this book, Noah?
Yeah. You knew the subtle art of not giving a dang.
Yeah. I don't know. Hopefully Steam and Xbox can do crossplay. We should do that later
Yeah.
tonight. I have all the DLC, so it should give you all the DLC.
That'd be crazy.
Or not give it to you, but like, it should give you access to it while we play together.
Yeah. I'm casually going around destroying everything.
Okay, this is actually a Nike.
Do I even have display capture on for Minecraft, or they just see a black screen?
That's awkward.
They don't understand what is happening. They are going to now see what is happening.
Look at all these go to choose, Noah.
Wait, am I allowed to place stuff?
How do you even have stuff? Oh.
I have 63 dragon
Yo, give
heads.
me some.
Yeah, I got you.
Holy crap, that was working loud. Ah, thanks, man. Really been wanting some of these.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Can I get some of this armor?
What? You can't even get
Alright,
stuff
let's
off
see.
the things.
Wait, we have perms. Why don't we just give ourselves creative?
Wait, we do?
Yeah.
Oh. That's
Dang,
helpful.
we really are.
Dang.
Alright, let's rebuild those trees, maybe.
Maybe. Hold up. I need to show my creative brilliance. Watch this.
All these rooms are interior.
What? That's not high enough.
What are you doing to bro?
Bro is getting hanged. I'm sorry. We need a few of these too.
Okay, Noah's making frog lights. Here, I'll tap. Dang, the frog walking animation's actually
Yeah. Hey, get up there.
crazy.
Keegan's gonna come back just to the frogs.
Wait, okay. No, I don't think we can get up there from here. Oh, we do it from here. Come look at this. All these buildings have interiors.
Gosh dang. How
This is like
long
an
did it
apartment
take this
building, and
man
it's
to
completely interior.
build this? What's in this chest? Nothing?
I don't even know. It's crazy though.
Oh, this guy knows I trashed his apartment. I want just random croaking to be heard. Wow, the
Hello?
skit's going.
No,
Hello?
we don't want that.
Hello?
We don't want random croaking to be heard.
Are
What?
you
What?
sure?
Hold up, what?
Yo, they're jumping! Yo, he's committing genocide! Oh no!
Guys, you know what? Take an audition. I like it. Take an audition. I like it.
Oh, you
No,
like our
no.
hanging frogs?
I like it. I like it. This is good.
He's perfect.
Alright,
No one's trying to
let's
put
start.
them in the apartments overhead. There's like 30.
Oh,
Alright,
wait.
Cassie, you ready?
No, I'm killing frogs.
It just went on a genocide. Oh, okay.
Alright, I'm gonna get an iron helmet on to be like a chef's helmet.
A what?
Iron helmet on to be like a chef's helmet. Or chef's hat.
Okay. A shell helmet.
Chef's helmet.
Chef's helmet.
Oh wait, McCaskey, wait, hold up. Don't go. Wait.
Do we really just want these here?
Yes.
Yeah, apparently.
Game mode.
McCaskey, wait, hold on.
Test. What?
I'm doing something. Look at this. Wait, crap. Wait, what? Here, McCaskey. Does that look better or worse?
Yo.
Does that look better or worse?
I
like it.
I like it.
Okay.
What's got a turtle helmet on?
He does. He's swagger. Alright. Go.
Wait, I'm
Alright,
not ready.
Okay.
Are we ready?
No,
Okay,
we gotta
I'm
get
making it
stuff off the
survival.
screen. We gotta get stuff off the
Yep.
screen.
Davis, are you ready? That's
Yeah.
the
Oh yeah, I wanted to get. Okay, give me a second. I wanted to get food cooking in the furnaces. It'll just look better.
Yep. Davis, no horns.
Are you sure?
I feel like Davis as a child I have to babysit. No horns, Davis. Davis, why did you
Never.
hang from the ceiling? There ain't no way.
That's my answer now.
Oh, okay, buddy.
They didn't get to see my special skin.
This is romantic.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I don't want to turn
Alright,
on
guys.
sticky keys.
McCaskey,
Alright, we are
is
ready
the
after this.
is the
stuff
disc
gets off the screen.
is the disc in?
No. Frick, where'd it go? It disappeared. I'm
Okay,
not even kidding. It
I got it.
disappeared.
Here, get it real quick. Don't place it until we're like about to start, right?
Okay. Go ahead and go survival.
Okay, place it in probably now. Okay, we go in a minute. Okay, get ready.
Okay, I'm gonna act like I'm busy.
Okay.
Alright.
Yo,
Go whenever you want.
I
Alright,
love Pololo
so-
chicks.
You do?
Yeah. You know that Trumpy and the Boudin.
Hey guys.
Hey.
What would you like to drink?
Water.
I'll hold water too.
You know, I'm not really feeling the vibe in this date right now.
Yeah,
I think you aren't the
not.
one.
Where did it go?
Oh, got robbed.
Come here. Come. Where are they? Where did they go?
Oh, the water.
Survival.
I got sniped.
The
Okay,
the
I'm
water
hitting the buttons. Give me the
stolen.
buttons.
Okay. Full of
Okay,
waters just got stolen.
Davis,
That's crazy.
we cannot start about politics every time, okay?
Why not? We're in the Matrix.
Something new.
We're in the Matrix.
Oh, my bad. Hey,
Here.
bro, did you hear that Andrew Tate got out of jail?
Dang. Here, I'll make these windows better.
How?
They look ugly right now.
You're smashing.
That does look better, actually. Place on the freaking block above. Oh my god.
Oh, thanks. Oh
You're so
no.
good at this game, David.
Look at what you've done.
McCaskey. So whenever we walk in, we're just gonna leave the door open, right? Whenever you walk out, whenever you like walk out of behind the counter, just like look at the hanging frogs for a second, acknowledge them, and then just continue.
Okay.
Just like a quick glance, you know, just like.
Uh huh.
Continue.
Yeah.
All right, are we ready? Are we good?
No, I'm putting on the buttons.
Maybe we take out the disc before we.
Where'd it go? I thought that this was supposed to pop out when you go.
I think it's just the server. Every time something you try and break something or you try and get something out of a an item frame, it just disappears. Um,
Oh, this is good. I like this.
his palms are sweating. Knees, arms. You should probably just like hold the water in the water
I have
too.
full perms, or is there there's something up with the server?
I think it's just the server. We have full perms.
Yeah, game. Okay, let's see.
Something that might have
Tile
to.
drops is off. Tile drops is off.
Oh,
Ah,
That means things break whenever you break them, or things drop
oh.
whenever you break them.
Yeah, something about this world, that to take in mind of and be mindful of. This world's really old. This world's really old.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's not like it's a new thing on MC Pedal, but they started making this like before the village update. That's how old it is. There's old villages around here if you look. Like there's
Oh,
I have a
yeah.
tadpole.
alright. Can I? Buttons don't go on this. Okay, I'm gonna have to redo
I
this.
made bucket of tadpole. What? Hey!
My bad. Sorry. I kind of feel like being Zeus for a second. Sorry. My bad.
He
Alright,
killed the
we
frogs.
We
I'm-
should be
I'm
good
getting
now,
back.
guys.
Okay, I'm rehanging frogs. Give me a second.
Hmm. Okay.
Something casual, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah. Davis, we don't need that, Davis.
Yes, we do.
Be sure we don't need this either. Alright. Slash game mode S at A. Alright, we're gonna wait for the text to go and then we'll walk in. Casual,
Okay.
Davis.
I love weather.
I do. It's such a pretty day out today. Thanks for taking me out to this restaurant, Davis.
What? What the frick? Wait,
Oh, guys,
no, 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 no,
I'm
no,
gonna
no,
give you a
no.
drink.
What the frick is
What?
that? What is that?
What?
What? What is that?
What are you talking
Wait,
about? What are
wait.
you talking about?
Somebody go
What?
look at my stream. What the frick
Hold on,
is
I'm pulling it up.
that?
I'm pulling it up.
What is that?
I don't see what you're looking at. What are you? What?
On my stream.
Hold up, I'm pulling it up.
You're still on Stranded Deep, by the way. Still you're streaming.
Of
Why is there
course.
a black boy?
I don't know. I don't know. It's gone.
Relog,
It's
Davis.
back.
Relog.
It's
Relog.
gone. It's back.
Oh.
I think it has to do with the minecart. I was like, I am not continuing this while all I see of Keegan is a giant black block.
Here.
Oh, I
look.
fixed it. I fixed it. The
did?
minecart was way too far in.
No, why do you have a little freaking goblin in your top right corner?
Hey, don't talk to Pando like that.
That's not a panda. Not a panda.
Hey, you can talk to him.
Wait, do I say hey, Pando?
Probably. Sometimes he'll just talk to you back. Sometimes.
Oh, really? That's nice.
You loading back into McCaskey?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it kicked me out.
Oh, I also have commands like exclamation mark roulette and then amount of points.
All right. Let's
Okay,
go, guys.
restarting
Let's go,
again.
guys. Without black voids.
Yes.
Alright,
Well,
Tommy, ready?
Excuse me.
yeah.
Put everything back that you had, McCaskey.
I didn't even grab anything.
Oh, okay. 3, 2, 1.
I love weather.
It's so nice today. Thanks for bringing me to this restaurant, Tsunami.
Oh, guys,
whatever.
what can I get you free to drink?
Water.
I'll have a water too.
Okay.
Dude, that guy's so ugly. I hate him.
I know. Bro, did you see his jeans? Freaking all dirty and stuff. Oh my god.
You know, I'm not really feeling the vibe. I didn't know you were so judgmental
What?
about things.
Here you guys
So,
go.
you know, I also didn't know that you were cheating on me with
What?
Jeremy? Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. I also didn't know
cutting
that
off
you were
hand.
so poor, okay? Because
What?
look at all this I have. Look at all this.
What?
Okay,
What?
look at all this. And what have you gotten me? Nothing. Nothing. You know what? You know what? You know what?
Hey guys, what would you like for
I'm
dinner?
done.
Okay. What? I took like no damage. What?
Yeah,
What?
I
Yeah,
didn't take a
yeah,
single
same.
heart either. No, my
I took
tadpoles,
two.
the
I took
frogs,
half a heart.
they're
I
dead.
took 2
I took 0. I took literally 0 damage.
All the settings are whack in here.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm looking at them right now. How do I
Yeah.
pull it up?
Yeah. Pull it up. Pull it.
How is my
Did you get it?
acting?
We literally just got it.
Can y'all send me it so I can see it?
Well, Keegan has to edit it still.
I found an Easter egg.
You did?
Look.
No, you didn't.
Hold up, I need to turn my my
I'm
thing,
putting it in
my
creative.
names back on so I can actually see where you guys are at.
Come look at this Easter egg.
We'll go Easter on this word for East. I have a feast in infection.
You got a what?
What?
A
Wait,
feast
Hey
in-
guys,
in-
it's
in-
Lexerland. It's the embassy, Lexerland Embassy.
Oh dang.
Mikaski, will you
There you go, fatal.
will you end your
Give
recording
it
and show
to
whoever that bit?
me.
Yeah.
Make me take it.
Yeah, I love how wonderful the party gets as soon as Max gets back.
Yeah.
I know, it's great.
Don't forget I'm still streaming, boy.
Bro really just streamed our YouTube short live.
I
It was
did.
Crazy.
Premium.
People will know how I made it now.
I have butt juice down my butt leg.
What?
Good thing Rax didn't join like out of the TNT with blowing up.
That would have been horrendous.
You know, Mikaski, I don't know how it is, but maybe if it's like too big to send to me, cause I don't know how long it was going for, but if it's too big to send to me, just like edit it down.
No, how'd he get it, dude? He's a cheater. Oh, my cat's throwing it back.
What?
Not even
Excuse me.
lying.
What are you watching?
I'm watching my cat throw it back. I just told you.
What?
But why?
How did he bongo? Really? Oh my God.
Did any of the
He
frogs
was
survive?
No.
None of the frogs.
Not even the tadpoles
None of the frogs
survived.
Oh dang. Bro, how did we survive?
I
Bro, how did
don't
we
know.
survive?
I think the damage was off for that.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
about to
there
pull a
it is.
911.
Elope, elope,
Daylight
elope.
sensors should make me pull a 911. Okay.
My files are too powerful. Oh, great.
Osama wasn't
Edit
that
it down
bad.
to the thing.
I don't
You
have
just
a video
say-
editor.
You have one. You have one in your computer. It's called Clip Champ.
Osama bin Laden
Bro, you
wasn't
installed
that
it in
bad.
my computer. Oh my god.
I did.
Oh, frick, it is there.
Yeah, I know.
Nigga,
He knows.
Davis.
He's like Mr. Houdini.
Davis,
Yeah.
come here. Oh, I see what you're doing, Davis. Oh yeah, bro, let me join you. I got you.
Thank you. Make a trail so that it'll just like blow up like a snake.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I like snakes. I have a big one myself.
What?
Yo!
What?
What?
On stream?
What?
Clip it,
What
chat.
do you
Clip
mean
it.
by that, chat?
Clip it, chat. Clip
What
it.
does he mean by that, chat?
I like how I'm
have a
just-
King Cobra.
I like how I'm
King Cobra,
just
what do you mean?
always streaming. Just like always.
Do you
Like
do you upload those? How long is
yes,
that?
every
How-
single one. Like okay. Like you guys end your stream after you guys got the content. I just keep streaming for more content. I'm always hungry. Give me more. Feed me content, Keegan.
Bro finished his dinner of plate and is still hungry.
Feed
Good
me
grief.
content. This was not enough.
Drop the potato. Whoa, we dropped the
Give me
potato.
free content.
Captain Potato. Oh, he dropped
Alright,
the potato.
I
Oh,
need
I'm
to
about to
leave
hit
so
you
I can.
with the cradle of a
Because I
baby.
can't tell, I can't differentiate between the audio of the video and the audio at the party.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey Davis, Davis, will you teleport to me? I need help. I need your help blowing something really big up. So
What?
yeah,
What do you mean
teleport to
by
me.
that, chat? What do you
Hold
mean
up, I'm
by?
bombing the Golden Gate Bridge.
Are
Or it
you
isn't really the
also
Golden
bombing the
Gate.
bridge? That's. Is it the big white bridge?
Yeah, well, it's not the same big white bridge. Oh, that is the Golden Gate Bridge. What the frick? I just looked over at your bridge, and your bridge is just so much better.
Up that cursing.
Davis, I don't want this bridge to exist anymore. Will you help me with that?
You don't want the Golden Gate Bridge to be there
No,
anymore?
I hate the Golden Gate.
Golden Great Bridge?
The Golden Great Bridge, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
It's the Golden Gate, just to let you know.
It's the Golden.
Gay Bridge.
What?
I'm not a part of that. I ain't with that stuff. I'm not with none of that gay stuff.
That isn't gay, it's a historical land site in
No,
America.
Golden Gay Bridge.
I didn't say gay bridge, I said gate bridge.
That's not what I heard.
Yeah, that's not what I heard either.
Maybe you're one of those homo racist black thugs.
You
I bet
got
you-
your homos rapist black balls. What the hell are you talking about?
Why is he good at that? What?
I don't know.
I'm good at everything. And if you want to see what? I'm good
What?
at,
What?
hit that follow button and subscribe for more.
That's
I'm
free
gonna punch you in the
content.
throat. Cause you know what they call me?
I'm
They
lighting this
call
place
me
up.
Top G, the GOAT.
Goodbye.
Oh,
Goodbye.
I'm about to blast. I'm blasting everywhere. I'm blasting everywhere.
What?
That was the wordle. That was the wordle. I blasted. Oh,
What?
oh.
What?
It was blast. The word was blast.
Oh, okay. Rax, you are the most
Yeah,
sus
we got
person
it.
I know.
We're gonna run up Blaze. We're gonna run up Blaze. Oh, we got A. We got A. We got A.
Davis!
We're gonna A.
What?
We got A. We got A. We got A.
Davis!
What?
I wasn't ready yet.
Yeah, you are.
Got A. I'm gonna run up.
Oh, I am?
Blast.
Oh, my bad.
I'm running up the last.
This looks pretty cool.
We got more A's. We got more A's.
Is this, Davis, is this running smoothly for you?
Yeah.
Just a, okay.
Yo, hop it on. Yo, teleport me to you, Keegan.
I bet. The bridge is no longer existing. That's nice.
I was watching a video. Yeah, okay, ready? Finish the sentence. Finish the sentence, Keegan. Ready?
Okay.
Salt and Vin.
No.
Bigger.
Ah! No, clip it, Jack! Clip it!
Bro.
Clip that! Oh my god!
What are you talking about?
He's gonna get himself banned!
Banned? I said vinegar.
No, you didn't!
That's exactly what I said.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, I got a question for you. Keegan.
What's up?
Okay, wait. Read this to Noah, and I want to see if he could get it. Okay?
Wait, what to me? What? Huh? Yeah,
I'm
what
gonna
the
send you a message in Discord.
fuck? Okay.
Still too big?
I gotta put a word. I'm gonna put Atlas.
Edit it down to only the thing.
I
Well,
did.
Only. Oh. The whole thing?
Yeah, I'll email it to you, I guess.
Bad.
Oh, have you had vegan?
Huh?
Alright,
Sorry. Disgusting. My bad.
what's your email?
I'll send it to you.
What are you doing,
Okay,
Noah?
so-
Step Chip, stop on your stream.
We're blowing
What?
up the city. Duh.
Oh, okay.
There's so
You can't
many.
read that to him.
What's your email, Keegan?
Don't judge. Alright, there you go.
Don't
Hey, there's a
judge.
cemetery here. I'm blowing it up.
We got a long time ago. Alright.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah. All right, to that. And this object. And boom. It's okay. Just that little tiny video is 179 MB.
Holy.
That ain't that bad.
Yeah, that's not that bad.
I mean, it's not that bad, but the files that larger than 25 MB aren't allowed to be sent in Discord
Hmm.
unless
Yeah,
you have
that's bad.
Nitro.
He's
Not
lying.
paying
He's
for
lying. He's
Nitro.
lying.
Mackenzie, just get. Mackenzie, you got $75 today. Just buy Nitro. What do you mean?
No,
Did you email it?
I did.
That's pretty fire. Time to retire. If I'm gonna retire, then you're gonna have to find someone to rehire on the wire. Oof.
No, it's not it.
No, that's not it.
No.
I blew up all these
Oh.
dead people's graves. Oh, they actually had a burial site
That
under
is
it.
messed up.
Mackenzie, that is the best name I've ever seen.
What?
The thing, you know.
Fish cat?
Oh, it's 1 minute and 12 seconds long. Can that fit on a YouTube short? I don't know if that can.
No, it's
Well,
60
there's a little bit
seconds.
of like after blow up footage at the end.
Okay.
I don't think it's 12 seconds.
Shut up, Rax.
Yeah, please.
Sorry, that wasn't even my fault.
And thank you.
It was your fault. I'm about to.
What?
About to do what to me?
A lot. Things that you don't like.
No! Oh, look, ask that question to Noah that I sent you in Discord. Ooh, I'm gonna go. I run up.
Hello?
Hello?
Burrell. Let's run up Burrell. Hello?
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Cassie, did you just send me a virus or something?
No.
You
Why
sure?
would I send you a virus?
I don't even know, man, but like, I downloaded it and then my computer just started running slow, man.
What?
Yeah, I definitely sent you a virus.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe it, dude. He did it to me once.
I did
What?
not.
What?
Yes, you did. He's a scammer. You can taste it on his lips. You can just easily taste it.
What? Rax, calm down, buddy, alright? I know you like men, but you don't gotta go to
Ding,
that
ding, ding. Where are we gonna run up? Where are we gonna run
Who
up?
is this? Why is this get inviting?
Run up coast. We can run up coast. Are you serious right now?
Alright, so, I am going to go on Deafen while I edit this. So,
Hey, Keegan,
Okay.
look at the message I sent you.
bro, okay, fine. I'm looking.
Ask Noah.
No, I'm not asking, I'm not asking that.
Is it safe for
I'm
stream?
not. No, it's
Yeah,
not.
it is. It is.
No,
it
it's, no,
is.
it's not.
Yes, it is. I don't even know what he's talking about. It is.
Davis, would you rather watch a tree grow or a black person?
It says knee, you. Bro, get your head out of the gutter.
Exactly.
Like your knee, like your ACL. You messed up.
Would I rather watch a
Thank you.
tree grow
Alright,
or
we're
a
going on Deafen.
or a black person? What does that
He
mean?
Yeah.
didn't even read it right. I don't even know what he's meaning.
Well, you can read it to him, Max.
Oh, it will make sense if you say it.
Don't
I
don't
can't, I can't
I'm going
get
say
me
that.
Bye.
banned, somebody.
Bye.
Don't get me done banned.
Guys, would you rather watch a tree grow or like a knee grow?
A tree grow.
Why?
I like trees.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
pretty
just get
cool,
the
and they don't get me
but
banned either.
black people get black people get you banned?
What?
I mean, knees get you banned? That's crazy.
Yeah,
Knees get you banned.
yeah. That's too much skin to
Totally
be shown on
racist.
stream.
Oh yeah. What do y'all want to do?
Valorant.
Oh yeah.
You guys are addicts.
I'm itching my neck right now. Sorry, my mic started glitching out.
What? Yo.
All right, I'm gonna start streaming.
Okay.
That clip was actually pretty good. I
Was
just
it?
watched it. Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, I still gotta edit it, but it's
Did you like?
It
Did
was
you like
pretty
the
good.
pretty good.
camera work?
What, McCaskey?
I said,
I
did you
do.
like the camera work? I know that's pretty good.
It was pretty fire. Time to
Mhm.
retire. All right, I'm gonna go edit it.
Why do you talk about retiring? Are you old? Are you getting old? It's the time for you to retire.
It is.
My work is gonna be Pilksky.
What?
Pilksky's not a word? Oh my god. I love milk.
Pilksky
Mom,
is
give me milk.
7 letters.
Yeah, I'm playing I'm playing eight word, oh my god. Eight Wordle.
No way.
Alright.
I'm Tsunami's little Twitch kitten.
What?
So I could have
What does
got
that mean?
What do you mean, what does that mean? Who just invited me on Valorant? I'm trying to join Wordle. I'm gonna go kinky.
Mm.
I got the K and the Y in the right spot. Hold on, one more word. It's the last one. It's gonna end in like ski. Ah! What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Yo, chat, drop it down. What is it gonna be? Chat, drop. What's it gonna be, chat? What's it gonna be? Dild, Billy Daddly?
Then.
Oh, it ends with it's gonna be like silky. I knew it. It's gonna be silky. It's gonna be silky. Drop it down, chat. Bust it down. If he doesn't get it right here, y'all have to drop 39 subs right now.
Max, who do you
Who's?
think
Oh,
is our
wasn't
audience?
silky. It wasn't silky.
I feels like you're like
Oh,
trying
be
to
quiet! I'm trying
entertain
to focus here.
a bunch of Subway Surfer kids.
What is this?
I'm about to put M on the Subway Surfer footage in the bottom right corner.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Let's see, be quiet.
Alright, I'm live now.
I'm about to start posting monster
Of
school videos.
sulky. That is not a word.
We're about
Sulky is not a word.
start doing what, Noah?
Posting monster school clickbait videos.
Oh yeah. Okay, Max is, I can't look. Right.
That's my fault. I almost threw up. No, you coming over tonight?
Which one? You gotta specify.
Both.
Hey, just say, okay, start saying our game.
Yeah.
So, Tsunami, you coming over tonight?
Nope.
Or not you, the other one.
What do you mean the other one?
The other one.
The other
Dude, what
Tsunami.
do you...
There's no other tsunami.
Y'all just mad I'm holding $20 in between my big toe and my middle toe.
Okay.
Y'all just mad.
I guess I am.
Y'all disrespecting me.
I need to turn on my
Angry
Spotify.
catfish. Yo, since y'all think you're so better, I'm about to 2v1 you guys.
Let's do it. Come
Run
on,
it up,
Noah.
come on. Run it up. I said
Okay,
run it
chill.
up.
Okay, you need to chill.
He
Okay,
does.
Max,
like a swift play, swift play.
honestly, please, chill.
Oh, my money stinks after I held it in between my toes. Yo, don't clip that.
Alright,
chat,
I'm giving
please don't.
myself a brain break from Max.
Yeah, tell him I'll stop. Tell him I'll talk normally.
Hold
Like
up.
stream normally.
How far am I away from getting sniper? Not too far.
What? Hold up, I'll be back. Yo, yo, yo.
What's up?
What's up? Oh, we all in? Okay. What we
He's not. He's not. He left
Okay.
somewhere.
I
I'm
just
trying to
got.
call him because he said call me whenever Noah gets back because how long you were taking.
I was getting my dinner.
Can you call McCaskey?
He's probably doing something.
Like he just left like 2 minutes ago. Like not even like probably a couple seconds ago.
Well, if he's not answering you, he won't answer me.
That's Cap.
That's not cap.
I'm gonna call him again on Discord or something. Like make a new call.
Really?
Maybe like he's on
I'm sure
computer
he's
doing
probably just
something.
using the bathroom.
Oh, he literally just said call
Or
me
his
whenever he
parents
gets
just
back.
called him.
Oh. He literally just said call me whenever he gets back.
Yeah, but what if he left to go do something unexpected?
I'm back.
Here we are.
What's up?
Okay, come on, run this 2v. Run this 2v1 up.
Okay, here we go.
What?
Y'all gonna wait, do it on Pearl.
What are we
Hey,
running
Max
at?
wanted to 2v1 us.
Yeah,
Oh.
2v1.
Make it a swift play. I want to get into actual MP.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, so mode, Swifty, map, Pearl. Bro, your ping is not good enough to fight us.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think it is, man.
It is.
This is gonna be a wipeout.
No, it's not, dude. Just wait. I'm gonna try and get at least 4 kills.
Okay, I gotta switch us back. Myself back in stream.
In the trap building. Y'all gonna see how really good I am. Just wait.
You are getting bullied.
Yeah, I really don't think this is
Just
gonna end
wait.
well.
It is, dude.
Mm-mm.
It's taking this long for you to load, Max.
I'm in. Like I'm waiting for you guys.
Oh, yeah?
I don't think
I
you
am
are.
I see your
I
guys'
don't.
I see your guys' name. I
Hmm.
swear.
Uh-huh.
Hey, I need to get an Uwu clan.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's shit Wi-Fi, dude.
It's
Hmm.
you.
It's literally not me. Those fucking Wi-Fi is dog shit. That's why we're not loading in.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, everyone, if we survive, woodworking class tonight in the mess hall. Nimble hands, nimble minds.
Y'all just wait. I'm even gonna pick up fight because I know I'm gonna kill you guys in like seconds.
Oh
Mm-hmm.
really?
Yeah. I'll just wait,
Come on,
dude.
Noah.
I've been warming up.
We gotta have a little mercy. Okay.
If you guys
Just a little
don't
bit.
5-0 me, then you guys are dog
Look at
shit.
me, Noah.
What?
Come on, we gotta have a little mercy.
Oh, yeah.
He just went shorty. He just went shorty.
Oh, is man?
No.
Man's probably watching my stream.
I'm not. I swear on my life.
Okay, I think he's watching mine because I have 2
I'm not.
viewers.
I swear.
One of
I
them's
don't even
me, which
have.
means
I
there's
don't even
somebody
have
else.
streamers open.
Mm-hmm.
If he's right here,
He probably went
I
B with Spike.
he said he was leaving Spike, and we all trust Spike, so obviously. Definitely not at attacker's spawn.
Where
Not
are
seeing
you?
Spike right.
Mark one.
I
No,
told you.
Game, it's freezing.
I know.
If you see one of my creatures, it's a good thing,
Whenever y'all
alright?
push me, my
You'll figure out what
like
they do
range
eventually.
just dropped.
No
You
way.
guys both
Let's
came
split
from
up,
one
Noah. Let's
side.
split up.
Mm-hmm. I'm saving this round, just in case he wins.
Oh yeah, I gotta be careful,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He's probably gonna go mid.
Bring them down.
Nope.
Probably.
Sweet dreams, asshole.
Dang.
I'm moving in screenshots right now.
Right? Why did you want to two people on us, man?
Heavy shield Vandal, dude? Y'all ain't ready.
Bro, I got heavy shield Odin.
Y'all ain't ready, just watch.
I'm saving
I
just
mean,
in
when you guys
case.
get charity
My
rounds,
minimum next
Oh,
round is
just in
9k.
case.
I'm helping you
Stay
guys.
Minimum? Oh, holy crap. Really?
Yeah.
No, I don't think you need to save then.
I think I need to
Alright,
save.
he's at A.
Find you. Mark
Yeah, he
one.
is. Watch this.
Bring them down. Blind with fear.
I don't know, I'm watching.
That's
Knew
going
it.
I can't watch from all the way over here, Noah.
No.
Last round in the half.
That was
I'm
more
just
like a
still bouncing
a
around.
figure of
Feeling generous?
speech. Don't buy me
Oh,
that.
I got you, man.
Okay, y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't
Hold
ready.
up. Hold up.
Anyone
Let's
Noah.
save,
generous?
Noah. Let's
Noah,
save.
buy me. Oh wait. Yeah. Hold up, Noah. Buy me.
Feeling generous?
There you
Thank
go.
you.
Y'all ain't
If I
ready,
kill
y'all
him
ain't
with
ready.
this, he's absolutely dog water.
They will break against you.
Alright, here we go.
Dog
Here
park?
we go.
No charges.
Oh, I forgot to buy abilities.
Oh.
That's the reason I can't kill you guys. You guys stack up on abilities. Fade is just.
Do you even know how to jet peek? You start your
I-
dash, you peek, then you
I
dash
know,
away.
And then you just. Yeah, I know.
I've
I
never
don't-
seen you
I
do it
don't
before.
Use jet. Yeah, because I don't use her, so there's no point.
Yeah, I don't know where he's at, Noah. I think
None of
he's
you guys are near me.
sitting defender spawn.
Still waiting.
Is he like? Are we playing? Hold up, you stay there. I'll go. Ah!
Coming.
I forgot to buy shield too.
I told he's literally in defender spawn. Hey, I'm sending my bird out. Don't look at it.
I don't know where he went.
I blinded him.
Oh, he's there.
See?
Man,
That's scary.
is that a frenzy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Frenzy's actually goaded. I
It's
love
not.
the frenzy.
Well, let's try it. Let's try it and test.
Well,
that theory.
I reckon morale's
Mhm.
getting pretty low over there.
Going frenzy.
Max, you don't need to go frenzy. You don't need to
Going
debuff
frenzy.
yourself
I like
farther.
frenzy.
Correct.
Now that's cap.
Frenzy's actually good. I'm at B.
What? Okay.
I
Keep them on the run.
I don't know why we needed to know that.
At B.
Where are you?
Enemy
I
spotted.
think he might. Ow.
Mark one.
Let's go. I got his trail. Watch.
Bring them down. Found one. Did I
Oh,
get
dead. One
inside
of you
your-
guys is coming from
Attackers
the other
win.
side. Close game.
Huh?
I'll let you guys have that one.
Oh.
That was my warm-up match.
Yeah, let's go
Mhm.
do actual game now, please.
Yeah.
That was my warm-up match.
Okay, Swift or unrated?
Let's do unrated. I wish
How
there was
late
like
are
an
you
in
guys staying up
between,
tonight?
like something in between 10 minutes and
Mhm.
40 minutes. You know,
Mhm.
How late are you guys staying up tonight?
probably like 10, 11.
10.
Yeah, I need to get sleep. Got a lot of work coming up this
Match
week.
found.
It's our last week before finals.
Yeah. I can't wait to fail all those. I mean, pass all those.
You're not gonna fail all of
I don't know. I have all A's except one grade.
them. You're having to take like algebra 1 again, right?
No, I'm doing it over the summer.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, hold on. I can't hear you guys.
Wherever they run, I will find them.
Hello?
What happens if you
Oh.
fail summer school?
I won't fail summer school because if I get close to failing, I'm just gonna cheat. But I won't, so. I think if you fail summer school, you may as well just drop out. You guys hear me?
Yeah. Oh yeah. If you, yeah, I mean it's pretty hard to fill summer school. Pretty sure half the answers are online somewhere.
Yeah.
Especially, is it Edgenuity?
I don't know yet.
Uh,
The session is 8:30 to 11.
that sucks. How many days a week?
It's till like it's like
Match
okay, so it's
found.
this month to like oh wait, it's like the 23rd to like what's the next month? Something 23rd. It's 23rd to the
June.
23rd,
Oh, and that's all.
and then there's a session too,
Oh.
but it's Monday
Wherever
through
they run,
Thursday.
I will find them.
That sucks. But you passed so your previous year algebra, right?
Yeah, it's just my other school like I did virtual 1 year, and they just said I didn't do it, so now I have to redo it again.
Hmm.
Dang. Oh, by the way, I figured out the people that are just named their main. That's not their actual name.
It's their
That's
Mhm.
streamer
their
name.
streamer. Yeah, they have a
Yep.
streamer mode on.
Dang. I may have to start doing that. I want to get stream snipe.
You're not even streaming.
Your
I'm
name
streaming right
isn't your
now.
stream
You're
name.
not.
Yes, it is.
Mm-mm.
It's not.
Yeah,
Though
once
mine
again.
is.
Look, it's right there. Capital C, lowercase p, capital T, capital R, A, X, X, capital X, capital X.
Why you
Really?
got so many X's?
Mm-hmm.
4 X's. Some people do have their name as their character because there's like numbers in front of it.
Oh.
Like Jet. There was one that was Jet 01 and I took his skin.
You just took somebody's skin, like
Yeah.
right off their body.
Yeah, dude. I
What?
made it into a lamp actually.
Jeffrey Dahmer type vibes in this party.
No, there's another serial killer that actually did that stuff. Like he created like a lamp, created like
What?
a Halloween mask.
Don't clip it,
He
chat.
created a
Don't
whole
clip it.
couch. He created a whole couch.
What?
Yeah, dude, it's weird. I think his name was Max Anthony Richter. I mean,
Man just said his whole name on stream. You're
what's
gonna
gonna
get
happen, dude?
doxxed.
Am I gonna get swatted?
Yeah. That's true.
The one viewer you have, and it's
Yep,
yourself.
probably.
You guys
I'm
heard
gonna
about that
swat
one
you.
thing? It's like that dude got the police. He like butt dialed the police while he was playing Rainbow Six Siege. And he said he killed the whole he just killed everybody.
Oh, I'm hungry. Anyone
It
hungry?
was real
Lunch or
too.
brimstone after this?
That's funny.
That'd be
Hold up.
scary.
After this game, I need to look at this tutorial because it's gonna fix my crackling issue. No, are you eating pizza?
What? I was
It sounded like you're like putting something in a microwave.
Oh, no, that's my
That was
door.
his door opening.
Max knows that sound too well.
I mean, I know that was your door, but I thought you like went to the kitchen.
Oh, I did. I had to put my plate up.
Scanning ahead.
Firewall
snap.
permits.
Let's go to the soda lineup. Soda lineup. Oh,
Enemy spotted.
where did they come from?
Gone.
Holy crap!
Spike down
Okay.
A.
If y'all die, look at Jet's crosshair.
I don't die.
What the frick is that?
He's just alive.
No way man plays like that.
Last player standing.
Reloading.
Oh my gosh, when you're turning, it looks so bad. It looks like man has aimbot.
It does.
Wall hacks, kill aura, all of the
It looks
above.
like you're locking onto their head. It literally looks like you just
No
locked onto
way.
their head.
Yeah, I think you might.
And when it comes to me actually shooting at him, I just start lagging.
Fair winds, tight corners. Time to show off, Jet.
Okay, what can I get? Light shield.
Heavy shield.
You're not able to do heavy shield.
I am. Look.
Watch man just buy heavy shield.
Good Bucky, dude. Stop playing on me.
Bucky.
I'm going heavy
Classic.
shield stinger, so I actually have a slight chance.
No way. Stinger's the worst.
I'm saving this round.
Dang. Nice.
Scanning ahead.
What do you mean help this Jet?
Not ready yet.
Wow, look at that
Saying
Sova
some
lineup.
damn help.
Blinded.
I see.
Okay, I blind
Spike
them.
down B.
I go out and start shooting them, and I just get
Enemies
railed.
I have the spike.
Oh! You can't say that on stream.
Say what?
Last player standing.
Dang, you're screenshot.
Oh no, not
What is
this
that?
jet. No way.
It's not okay, dude. Dang.
It
Gosh.
is difficult tracking their omen. But not
My
impossible.
Sova lineups are bad right now.
Alright, I can get light field. Let's go.
Oh my god, dude,
I
that's
think
like
there's
gross.
some in this school.
I'm
probably
dying.
say.
Hopefully not.
And also, Jack got sick, and then this kid called Gabriel that sits with us in second hour got sick.
I got sick too.
Hmm.
Did you? Oh yeah, you did.
Yeah, I'm sick of this fucking lag.
Oh. I thought you actually were gone like a while back.
You missed so many days of school. Per
Revealing area.
class.
Alright, I don't see anybody, so they're probably gonna be like around corners if they are even there. Also, plant Jet, thank you. Okay.
Planted.
How
Look
do
at-
y'all walk there completely unharmed, and I go to follow behind you, and there's 3 of them locked onto my head?
Do you see Killjoy's name?
No.
Hmm. You
Last
should
player
look at it.
standing.
Oh no.
Killjoy's what?
Killjoy's name.
Oh.
Right,
Go,
dude, I got one kill. Let's go.
Nice, nice.
I need the guard. I can buy
Hey, if I
Guardian
see
Heavy Shield full
payoff, I can
ability.
get light shield vandal.
Oh, nice.
Okay, let's go.
Got heavy
Let's
shield
go.
vandal.
We got spike. Let's go A this time.
This is an underrated, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
So far, I'm the only one who's able to play comp right now.
I'm ranked platinum.
Revealing
Not
area.
ranked pot.
I'm the Apex Predator in Valorant.
Not as cap.
It's not a rank.
Deploying drone.
I'm a Child Predator in Valorant. I mean, Apex Predator.
Anybody there, Noah?
No, don't see anybody.
I hear him.
He's to our right.
Oh,
He's to the
no.
left.
Or left. Get my
Oh,
places
right
mixed.
in the- Oh shit. There's another one.
I'm definitely using Jet as a human shield right now.
Damn.
Oh, just gotta spawn behind us.
Scanning ahead. There they are.
Yo, Killjoy's right there.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Flawless.
Nice. So,
Please tell me she had a Vandal. Thank you.
Alright. I can get full abilities. I got full this time.
Wait, we're all full buy. That's so nice.
Full buy. That's it.
You guys are? You guys are full buy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Max is not very full buy.
Dang, that's
I couldn't
rough.
even. Look, I didn't even have to buy any
Yeah,
guns
I
because
can-
there was a Vandal on the floor.
Oh, you can't request
Hmm.
shields. That sucks.
I couldn't even like re-shield my heavy shield. I had 14, so I just had to buy light.
I think they might be here, guys.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, let's be quiet.
Deploying drones.
I'm sending out little doggy, bro. as well.
Sage is just standing right there.
Oh.
Shot that.
I killed her with my shock dart.
Who just placed that? Was that Omen?
Revealing area.
Oh, fuck that guy. Okay, he's coming up from that portal.
Okay, that sucks. Yeah, just plant.
30
Get out of there.
Jet is 2 HP.
My god, I'm at like 2 FPS. That's what I'm at.
Player standing.
Yeah, I don't know why she wasn't just running. Okay, this person's suffering too much.
He's dead.
Yeah, they're
Shoot
defusing.
Shoot at it. Just shoot at it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, she literally could have just lit it up.
I'm so like ready to get comp and like get in bronze with our teammates.
Comped. Oh, that's gonna be rough.
I can still full buy or almost.
Can't even buy anything.
I can also full buy.
Going long B.
Keep up.
Revealing area. Enemy down.
I think Omen senses
Enemy
we're here.
spotted B.
Omens is dead.
Light.
Oh, portal.
Spike down B.
Seek the Your duty is not found.
Got some.
Enemy ready.
Reloading.
Here we go.
I have the spike. Spike down B.
Walk out. Blinded.
Last player standing.
Or did I kill him? I'm running at
Where they
like
at?
half
Where they at?
FPS right now.
One's in the tunnel and
No,
one's
not
to your
that far
left.
Right there.
One
Yeah.
enemy
There you go.
remaining. 30 seconds left.
Gosh dang it.
No way.
Break.
No, I might destroy you.
Was she low?
Get ready. I go
I didn't
fast.
hit her.
Doubt it. Reynas are never low. They're
Yeah,
just
we're at
always
half
healing.
FPS.
Oh yeah. Guess we'll Guardian Light Shield.
Wish I didn't get off earlier.
Scanning ahead.
Whenever you guys want to go play Minecraft to make that clip.
Joke's over. You're dead.
I wasn't lagging at all.
Fire boys gone.
Oh, I'm so low.
Yeah. Because you.
Healing you.
Oh, thanks, Sage. Send a little dog, bro.
Enemy A.
Way on this all my shots just because I'm lagging.
Reload.
Shooting
Okay,
like a
I
burst
didn't
is how
realize
bad I
too
lag.
much.
Oh, man, I'm missing it. Oh, fuck.
Hawk out.
Oh, I can't escape? Oh no. Okay, that was a waste.
Last player standing.
Really, really right to your
Spike
left.
down
Oh,
A. Thirty seconds left.
That's close.
Frick.
Of course, it was the Reyna. All people ran through there, and the Reyna has.
My quiver is never full.
Yeah. Okay. Got my Vandal at least.
Let's fly.
I'm running like a quarter of FPS right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Dang.
Just how good it is.
Okay, I need to enter there.
Revealing area.
You should run.
Oh, I can't even go in that. That sucks.
Oh,
Oh, they're there. They're there.
oh, they're all coming through there.
Take flight.
I'm the
Stuck
thing.
tag.
Frick.
Guys, it's-
Nice bro.
I got off the TV. I'm in shoot off. Okay.
Hey, behind. No, we have three of us.
Enemy spotted B.
Our spike's down. 30 seconds left. Spike down B.
Reloading.
I got spike. One enemy remaining.
Ooh, what? How did I hit that?
Clutch.
God dang.
That's tough.
I swear, like my FPS doesn't pick up whenever I
Together.
actually move.
We will
Like I didn't
Under
even
their
move, and I somehow killed him.
Yeah,
And I
you
was,
shot
like,
him through the
4 inches
wall.
Away from his head.
There.
FPS helped me there. But then the omen.
Is it
had to
your
come up
FPS
so
or your
often.
lag? It's very different.
No, it's my FPS.
Really?
That's an issue with your computer,
Yeah.
Yeah.
not your internet.
Time to mobilize
Most
my
of it is
pack.
my internet. Like right now, it's mainly my internet.
Revealing area.
I think they hit
Found them.
portal.
Hawk out.
First of my life. I knew it. Oh, he was waiting in there.
Wall raised.
I don't like this dude's crosshair. It's kind of annoying.
Shock dart.
I hit.
Block in sight. Reloading. Seek them out. Found one. Hawk out.
Last player standing.
You will not kill my allies.
That's
We
fine. We
won.
still won.
Clutch.
Okay. Hallelujah. We won.
Good, good, good. Finally, some credits to our name.
I should have ran
Sometimes old ways are best.
a little bit. I can still only get light shield banned.
Dang. At least I don't have to run Marshall.
Yeah, I ran Bulldog last game.
Here.
Hello.
Hi, Keegan.
Hi.
Hey, we're in a Valorant match right now, by the way.
Nice. I finished editing it.
Scanning ahead.
Reloading.
Oh,
Hawk out.
defeated.
Reloading. Watch this.
Deploying drone.
Did you hear me?
Reloading.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, we're just in the match.
Got you.
Time to hunt. Reloading.
I'm hoping the video is short enough to upload to TikTok. It's 1:04.
Okay, they are around the corner. I think there's one up as well. Yeah.
You could post a 10-minute TikTok feed, and I think you're good.
Can you?
One enemy remaining.
Oh, I
Post a
thought
whole,
it.
like, you can post a whole sped up movie in there.
There we go.
Nice.
Let's go.
I was the only one
Almost
to
aced.
die. Gosh dang it.
What do you say, drone? Ready
I
to
didn't
stretch
know
your
that.
wings?
That's surprising.
Hey, I have extra creds.
Nice.
Y'all need anything?
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, you get a request.
Can I request better fucking internet? Oh, man.
Barrier here. Quiet.
Yeah, quiet.
Scanning ahead.
Guys, keep it quiet.
Did not mean to do that.
Kind of walking really loud.
Plant the spike.
Oh. Y'all heard that, right?
Watch out. Spike planted. Enough.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Go over
Frick.
here.
I knew I was gonna die there. Gosh dang. I really didn't know once. Okay.
Someone's
Rough.
defending.
Oh, dead.
I hate Omen's
Phoenix,
ability.
tell me I'm dead. In stage.
Hey, Tila.
How did Omen get in there?
I forget Jet can't hear me. I'm giving Jet comms.
Dang.
Last player standing.
They're defusing.
Nah, Jet just got ratted.
They're defusing.
God,
They stopped
dang,
this.
dude, it's crosshair.
Hey, we still win? We still win?
No, they got it half.
Oh. There's no way that Omen
Round,
aced
I
that.
just got.
The switch.
Buy all you need.
Okay.
Y'all see the ace I just got?
You're the Omen?
Hmm.
That's my name.
Oh, on like your second PC? Is that why the internet's so bad? Because you run
Yeah.
games? Oh, I see. I think I'm looking at the map more than I'm looking at the actual game. Did you just give the spike to me?
Yeah, I didn't really want it.
That's rough. I got my ult. Hey, make sure. Oh wait, say your chain. Ah, frick.
Taken out.
These
Davis.
smokes are actually really useful for me.
Yeah.
Davis and McCaskey, I will end up sending you guys this video, or in Davis, I'll just freaking upload it to your channel for you. But I'm even gonna have to upload it
Hey,
to
I'm
my own
playing.
channel
Over there.
after my dog. I'm uploading it to TikTok right now.
Ow.
Y'all stay alive for a little bit longer. I'm playing.
Someone else flanked Noah. Coming up behind our own teammate.
Last player standing.
But just, I'll give you anything. I'll give you anything. Besides money.
Spike planted. Hawk out. Blinded. Hawk out. Blinded.
Oh yeah.
Let's go.
Okay.
I'm giving you anything. I'm getting out of my hands.
No
on this
way.
No. I don't know. That's weird. That's weird.
That is weird.
Not
What?
like that. Not like that, dude.
What does he mean by that, chat? What does he mean by that?
Ask Pando.
Pando's just gonna eat your soul out.
What does now it's our turn mean?
Now at our turn.
Oh, to attack.
Solo.
Omen's too confident. He's about to unleash the beast.
I don't think I have enough frames to jump.
What?
Every single time I jump, it just slams me right back down to the
That's
ground.
not how that works.
Yeah, I don't know about
That's
that.
how it works. That's exactly how
Scanning
it
ahead.
works.
There they are.
There's 3!
Okay. I'm going behind him.
Running. 14.
Spike down B. One enemy
Hey, Spike's
remaining.
behind me.
I got healed-ed. I got healed-ed. I got
Okay.
blinded. I just got blinded. Oh, we're good.
Spike
It's
spotted
just
B.
Omen.
I'm an ace. Oh, you started from your guys' right?
I just want to let you know, I've died every round.
Okay, holy. I'm on 1 health. I'm on 1.
I'm on 1 FPS. That's what I'm on.
Spike spotted B. I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team. So, what's the plan?
I'm on crack. That's what I'm on.
How am I mid on the
How
scoreboard
long have you been
after I've
streaming,
died
Davis?
every... I don't know. Do I have my Twitch pulled up?
I'll come down in a second, mama.
No.
Sorry.
Be yelling in my ears like that. You're gonna get punished. Daddy's angry now.
Okay, right.
What?
I mean, it's true, though.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Daddy is angry.
I'm with Jeremy, apparently.
Yeah.
Daddy's
Spike
not
down
gonna be
A.
too nice anymore.
Shot that. Deploying
No
drone.
way.
120.
Enemy
Phoenix dead. I knifed him.
I think Sage is here. Yeah.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Yeah, I came up and I just started unloading my vandal round on him.
Damn.
And I ran out of ammo, so I switched.
Omen's on me. Omen's on me. 1, 2, 3. Omen's on me. Hit him. Go fetch him. Go get him.
No, and he needs to listen for footsteps.
Get him. Get him.
Okay,
Shut up.
this is why I mute you. Okay.
What do you mean, dude? I'm trying to tell you to fetch him.
30 seconds left.
He just took it.
no more to oppose us.
Yo, wait, that's
Clapping. I'm making it clap. I'm clapping. Celebration clap. Got a lot of
Hey, I
got
can
a
get
lot
an
of
actual
turbulence
ability
back
this time.
there.
Let's go.
It won't let me upload it, dude.
Wait,
Bubba.
on YouTube, there's an upload
TikTok.
button. You just press
TikTok.
it. Oh, you just press like
I'm actually
press
muting you.
next.
You're
Yeah.
actually muting
Okay.
You
me.
make
Bye,
a
Raps. I'll be
caption.
back in an hour.
You press caption, and then you just do it.
Scanning ahead.
What does never mean?
Blinded.
I don't know what he was talking about. That wasn't toxic.
One dead. One down.
How?
I think he's right there.
Reloading.
Brick, behind us, Emma. There's Omen. Yeah.
When's the last day of esports? I forgot. Yeah, bro, I had the shorty for a second.
One of them's on B or A. One of them's on A. I don't know why I'm saying this, cause Jet can't hear me, but she already knows.
Yeah, I also give out comms to the guys that
Behind you,
cannot
the
hear us. It's fine.
They probably took.
Did he not just hit portal?
Well, they just collected
Did
that
they not
ult
just hit
orb.
portal?
No,
30 seconds left.
I think that was our teammate. They're
They
planting an
plant,
A.
right?
They're planting an A.
Spike planted.
I think they planted. Oh, wow, dummy. No, it's dummy thick, I'll tell you that.
No way, he gets his
No
off.
way. He's not getting it.
He is.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, that's so
He really
Why did
threw
we win?
smoke to
I'm
let
sad
him
right
get
now.
in there. Yeah, we won. That's why we can afford Vandal heavies.
Oh, really?
Y'all can afford. What, y'all can afford that? Dang.
What are you affording?
Heavy shield.
Spectre?
I'm tapped out
That's
right now.
rough.
I was changing
Oh,
my
normally
Discord
it's
name
three.
to be the same as my stream name.
Yeah, mine won't change.
I got
for
Light
some
Shield
reason.
Vandal. That's I've been running Light Shield this whole time, despite how many kills I get per round.
Gosh dang.
21.
Revealing area.
Rookie numbers.
Are we vibing? You being chilling? I have a lot more success if I play this like the exact opposite way you're supposed to play Valorant, and just be literally extremely aggressive.
Healing you. Reloading. Reloading.
Take flight.
What does that mean? Break.
One enemy remaining.
What does toggle much mean? I
What?
should probably unmute Max.
Toggle much?
Yeah, that's what the guy said in chat.
I think Omen's just salty. Like all the time.
Yolk.
Yeah, he do be tasting salty.
What?
Wait.
Ate his leftover for breakfast this morning.
Man said what in team chat?
I'm getting Guardian this time, so I'm gonna play a bit slower.
Find them.
I guess he means like I toggled the way I play, like I started being a lot more aggressive, so I could actually kill them.
For you.
Take flight.
I'm trying to move super slow so my frames don't go down a lot.
Hey, they're around that corner. I'm gonna blind them.
Blinded.
Sure he's not AFK?
They are in the back.
All of them?
I'm sending out my seekers. Not all of them.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Blocking sight.
Last player
Oh, frick,
standing.
that's a shoot
Oh, I
box.
forgot he could wall bang.
Yeah. Same. I forget how much this wall bankable in this game.
This literally got like
We are Valorant. We are fighters.
I lost my virginity through that box.
Okay, Max.
What?
Both
That's how
of
much
us
I got
don't-
wall banged.
I guess I'm gonna have to go Marshall.
Marshall.
The points really drop off in round 18.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't got points for nothing. Okay, actually, can I get like a guardian,
I'm helping a fat bitch out.
please, guys?
Don't you sound
I
bad as
don't have
hell?
enough for
Oh wow,
Gordon.
actually,
Scanning ahead.
okay. She actually bought it.
I think they might be.
Take this.
Ow!
Who the fuck did that?
Why were you doing it directly in front of you?
Deploying drone.
They're just sitting at their spawn.
Don't push. Yeah. Nice, Noah. Holy
Am
crap!
I getting damaged?
Hey, they're
'Cause
off
you
to
walked
the,
through it.
They're off to the west of me,
Mm.
Hate this
where I died.
jet, dude. This crosshair's
They're
making me pissed
gonna
off.
be like right there. Okay, never mind.
Will not kill my allies.
No way.
They were right there.
It's like you waited for him to do it and then you did it. But it was just perfect timing. Fortnite.
30 seconds left.
Okay. I kidnapped autistic kid, emojis, white.
Please, please, please! Oh my gosh, were you guys spectating that jet?
Yeah, I watched
No,
that.
I wasn't. I think they're planting.
That was painful to
planted.
watch.
He's gonna be dead in approximately 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my!
No, don't be stupid. Don't be stupid.
Our Sage is the best one on our team.
One enemy remaining.
No way.
My ultimate is
Sucks,
ready.
Giggs. Wait, he has to push. Wait, all of
Mhm.
them left. Oh, that's a GG. That's a rip.
Yeah, I think he
And,
lost.
Yeah, you better just run.
Yeah, run. That's the smart play. Well, because he will get more points. He killed like 3 of them though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That was me. That was me. That's my other computer.
Mm.
Time to stock back
Should have put nice try, dog shitter.
No.
That's what I would put. Just because I like big bro.
What does NT mean? Let's try.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not up with the Gen Z slang.
Dang.
Yeah, that's smart. Just hold, guys.
Holding my mouse, I got you. Push.
This is why I had you muted.
Scanning ahead.
I ain't ready for this. I'm gonna
Found
ace.
them.
Yeah, I ain't ace.
I was not ready for that. I'll be
Especially
honest. I didn't flash on.
I think bro's arrow is just bouncing off the walls.
time to hunt.
That's walked up to the lemonade stand. Said to the man on the stand.
Please stop, Max.
Oh,
Please.
sorry. Hey, got any creeps?
Okay, I'm muting you.
Oh, okay, that's it. I'm done. Oh, I didn't even know you were alive.
I'm pushing.
Hawk out.
Revealing area.
Spike planted.
All they planted is at B, right?
Mm-hmm.
Buried.
Oh, I just got rezzed. Apparently my duty's not over.
Okay, make sure you slow walk now.
Mm-hmm.
I want to draw their attention.
One
to me here.
enemy remaining.
Get in there.
Revealing area. Concentrate, Sova.
I'm running. I'm freaking running.
I got it.
Oh, just barely. Okay, good job. Good job. Oh, this is really close.
Easy enough. Reloading.
Okay, Light Shield Vandal, finally again. Let's go.
Joke's over! You're dead! Scanning ahead.
I'm getting pushed by opponents. What the? I got wallbangs. Headshot.
Blocking sight.
Frick.
Last player standing.
Why did he just stop?
Spike planted.
I'm gonna mine on do ABS.
They demand a fight. Who are we to disobey?
You can. What does this do? You can close this door?
Going B with Sage. Okay. What? You? Ooh, okay, I got some.
What the frick?
I guess I can die real quick.
Reloading.
Frick.
Heads up. My ult's ready.
Nice.
Okay, that's rough. Alright, I gotta go.
Healing you.
Still there, no?
Mm-hmm.
Did my cassie just leave?
Mm-hmm.
Spike planted.
My ult's ready.
So be
We plant or do we defuse?
diffuse. Remember, you have your ult. You can wall and get in there. Wall, maybe?
Last player
Okay,
standing.
no
I
wall.
won't even matter the life anyways.
Okay, well this isn't the losing
Wait,
round, so.
why'd McCaskey leave?
Dogs.
Did he take his dogs out?
Mm-hmm.
Match point.
Stay taut as a bowstring. The fight demands it.
You know when the last day of esports is?
I don't know.
If we're not
What is he
sponsored by them
talking
yet,
to?
so we probably have like, for like the last day of school.
Revealing area. There they are. No more. Deploying drone. Scanning ahead. Shot down.
Oh no, run.
30 seconds left. Spike
here.
down A.
I lit both of them up.
One more bullet, he would have been dead.
10 seconds left.
So no matter how you shop, you have more time. You will not. Enemy removed. Enemy down.
Spike planted.
Come on,
Last
Sage.
player standing.
You made clutch, you made clutch. Oh, he's better clutch, he's better clutch.
Attackers win.
No way, he just said easy.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, right,
Bro.
right at the end.
That stupid
Oh.
Omen
My
is
dog ran away.
so toxic. They ran away. Are they back?
No.
He's like,
Oh.
easy. Your dog's ran away.
Yeah, I gotta go. I was just coming in to.
Inform us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put the music on. Put us. Put it on the back screen.
Okay.
Yeah. Bye. Go ahead and
But
kick me or whatever and keep on going.
okay.
Thanks for play or something.
I think half of my problem is my Wi-Fi,
Mhm.
and then like I meant like 75% is my Wi-Fi, and then like a quarter of it is my computer. That's why I'm getting better RAM.
Yeah. When's that coming
I'm
in?
gonna see if my grandpa, or I'm gonna see if my grandpa has a better graphics card.
Hmm.
He builds PCs.
Match found.
He actually just built his, and it's good too. How long have you been streaming?
I don't know.
How much tabs does it take to open to find out which one is your Twitch?
Well, I deleted all the tabs. Finally.
So
I've
it's
been
only like
streaming for
2,
4 hours and 17 minutes. I'm gonna have a 5-hour stream
about the
tonight.
same as yesterday.
Yeah, but
Streaming for like another hour,
yeah.
about 10. We should run up
Mhm.
some Wordle in a little bit. Probably after a couple more matches.
No way.
Guess where? What did you put us in? We getting put in a new game.
Mm.
Honestly, I'm probably just gonna get off after this match.
What?
Probably gonna get off after this match, take a shower, and then I may hop back on.
Okay.
I'm gonna play Wordle after that.
Maybe. Well, where'd you go?
I don't know. Maybe my game didn't crash.
It definitely did. You're offline.
I restart, it won't do anything bad. Like it won't close. If it won't ban me. I think because it had to do with lag, I think it just like passes it.
Wait, so what are you doing now? Are you coming back on?
What happened?
Are you getting back on?
No, I can't open it now.
Okay.
Oh my god.
What?
I looked up what ping do you need to run Valorant good. It says hence, whatever that means. It says ideally you want to have approximately 5 ms ping, but even at 70 ms, most players still find the experience viable if everyone has roughly the same delay.
5?
That's what I'm saying. You only
I'm
need
running
like
on
30 or
32.
50. still in the game?
I'm in the lobby.
You're in the lobby?
Mm-hmm.
Still not opening.
Dang. Hola, Keegan.
Why does it say I'm on 39?
What's up? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How are we gonna get that many people? Oh, yeah. Really? Mm, I guess. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Mm. Lukaski's like, look at my Tinder profile. Now see how it is a female with highly... Hmm? You can... Oh. Bro, we need to start playing Minecraft modded. For stream. Since I got this new cracked PC. Well, like, Java modded. Hold up. Well, okay. Then we need some more advanced Bedrock mods. Or we need to figure out how to do Java mods. That costs us money. I don't have the money. Dope. I'm opening Java. Mm-hmm. 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 What? Dang. Really? Dang. I really hope I use this. We were playing Valorant, but, Max's thing isn't working. And Noah had to go find his dog. Yeah, it ran away. Yeah. Mm-hmm. They do that sometimes. Mm-hmm. Hold up. It's my my sister's taking a shower. Maybe it's... Does it accept my Microsoft account? Huh? Cuz. Do I... What? Okay. My other one has, yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah, I did. That's crazy. I just... I'm getting into Java right now. Huh? I'm gonna figure out how to mod Java. How to install Java mods. Yeah. Yeah.
Mods for Minecraft 1.19.3.
Whoa, I
How do
need
you
to mute my
download them? How do you
stream.
install them? Well, in this video, we're going to show you.
So that, okay. We need Minecraft Forge. Mm-hmm. Hello. Mm-hmm. Hold up, I'm talking to Rex. Can you join the call again? Can you join the call? Yes. Do it. Okay, bye. Hello, Rex. Wait, you can hear Rex? Gosh dang it. Hello? Speak, Rex. Is he speaking? What is he saying? Hello? Speak, Rex. Gosh dang. Oh, that's rough.
Bet you also like big oily black men.
Yo, calm down on stream, buddy.
That's not. That's not what I said. That's just what you said. You know.
Okay, didn't have to repeat it.
I'm. I'm translating. Well, Davis,
No,
how else am I supposed to interpret that? Tell me. Go ahead.
don't know.
Exactly.
1.19.4. I need point 3.
Press enter to enable the narrator.
Davis,
Narrator,
what his video
narrator,
says.
narrator, off.
Stop. Oh, did you find her dog? Did you find her dog?
Yeah, they came back.
Okay, good. I was actually. I was like so sad.
He's
I bet it
like,
Yeah,
was Freya,
oh
wasn't it?
no.
What
it was
was it,
both
Freya?
of them. They
Oh,
they always do that. Yeah, they always run off together.
always do that, bro. Bro, put up a fence. Win.
Like, I need to fix. I need to watch this tutorial. No,
Hey,
literally,
hey,
this is
dogs,
like
go
the
potty.
sixth,
Don't run
seventh
away.
time. Well, they're outside dogs, so it makes sense. The only like barrier we have on them is their collars. We can beep, and they'll be like, "Oh, I'm about to get shot," and they'll run back to them.
Hmm. Bro really said. Bro really said, let's go on vacation, bro. Bro
Yeah,
was
they were
like, okay.
swimming in my neighbor's pond.
Actually,
Yeah.
it's kind of crazy. Daisy, living lazy.
Okay, hold up. I need to fix this mic crackling.
But Kathy, there's no mic crackling. I think you're
No,
listening.
it's with my OBS. Holy
Oh,
crap,
okay.
it's loud. Yeah.
Ah, shut
Rex,
up.
I'm gonna mute you. Stop.
Light. I forgot that was even a word.
Hey Rex, I don't even know if it's possible, Rex. But what you need is you need a hotkey on your keyboard for Discord. That whenever you press it, automatically lowers yourself volume down to like 20%. When
I'm
that
good.
way you can scream. Do it, please. So it's like, ooh, you know,
What's a
it's like
word that ends with ty?
dynamic source.
5 letters, and that doesn't even end with y.
Nah, it's just silent. Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah.
Mikowski, and then why?
Wait. What is oh, that's how you spell bull. There's a U. Oh, no, I forgot.
Utility?
That's too much. That's too much letters.
Oh, my bad. That was a good guess, though.
Yeah, I'm thinking either it can't be duty. So it's okay. This is what I got right. Blank blank uty. That's all I have.
Fruity?
Booty. Oh, my bad.
Did you just say furry?
Fruity.
Fruity without the I. Yeah, let's do it real quick.
Freddy?
Freddy with
Wrong.
oh, Freddy spelled with a uty at the end.
I said Freddy. Fret. E.
It has to have a U.
Fruty.
There's no R.
Bro, every
How do you
time
know
I
that's
click on Minecraft Forge download, it sends me to the scammer site.
I have to do a filler. I'm gonna have to do a filler.
Well, Davis, is that the official Forge website?
Yes.
There's an O.
And then the
Okay, what does
installer
O
sends
say?
me to
Davis,
add.focus.us.
Davis, if it's the official website for it, if you know for 100%
Oh, is
fact
this
that
an
it's the official
ad?
website, then you're good.
Gosh dang. Forge-1.19-45.057 could harm my device.
What
Do I
access
want to
is
keep
for?
it? Yo, Keegan, it's telling me that it wants to harm my device.
Is it doubting?
Watch a video, pull up more videos people like telling you how to get Forge, and one of them is bound to show them downloading,
the
and then
Texas
see if
version
it's
we've
the same
got it.
website.
Once you've got Forge, we can go
Howdy?
ahead and
That is not a word.
Yes, it
Minecraft
is.
mods in
No, it's
Minecraft
not.
mods are one of
Howdy?
the best
You got a fatty on
mods
you,
for
Deacon. I ain't
Minecraft
gonna lie.
1.19.2. In this video, we're gonna go over exactly how to download them.
Oh,
Minecraft
I
mods
see
are
you be
one
looking in the
of here.
hallways.
By the time you're watching this
yeah, I
video,
do
we will have
be
been
looking at
updated
it. I can't
to the
even
newest
lie.
version.
I know.
This
Minecraft
guy
mods
posts the
only
same video over and over.
Now, Forge article.
Well,
We'll
does he
start
have
in
10 million
one.
views?
Now, we're going to install the most recent. That's 1.19.3 at the time of recording. However, you could install older versions, 1.12.2 for
Could this
example,
be?
using this video, and overall it's going to work relatively the same.
Should be
Nevertheless, let's go ahead and make sure that
limes,
1.19.3 version is selected in the left-hand
Ooh,
sidebar.
it's
Now, there
L-I-M.
usually is two versions of
Blank,
Forge.
blank.
If you have download recommended, I'd go with that. That's going to be mostly stable. Download latest has more bug fixes and things like that, so should you run into a
How
bug
many
with
letters
Forge
is
or
it?
with a
5?
mod, you can try to
Yeah,
download
5
latest here,
and the first
replace
3 are
that one with the
L-I-M.
recommended, and it
Limit.
could work. However, for 1.19.3, we only have the more beta
Dude,
versions.
it wasn't
Just go ahead and
limit. It
download the
was
installer from
limbo.
download recommended. When you click on
What?
that button, it's going to take you here. Now
Yeah.
stop! Don't click
That's
anything on
dumb.
your computer whatsoever on this page. Just stick your hands up in the air and wait
Limit.
about 10 seconds. After about 10
Bro, I've got
seconds,
the limit
by
to
the way,
win it,
what
and they call me
displays here
Tommy in
may be
it.
completely
Ooh.
different, but the only thing you want to click on this page is the red skip button in the top right. That's it. That's the only thing that you want or need to click. Once you click that red skip button on the bottom left of Google
showing
Chrome
his
down here,
girlfriend off
Forge
is.
will start downloading. Now, for
That's
most of you, you
so
actually need to
weird.
click
I
to
feel
do
bad.
this. That's
Did you see
perfectly
it?
normal. It's 100% safe. Forge has been downloaded millions
Davis?
of times, and so because of that, we know that this is safe. As long as Forge is in the title, like it is with us, you're good to keep it. Now, if you're on Firefox,
He told me to ignore everything and just install it anyway. So
now, once
A little
Forge is
bit
downloaded,
scared.
that's step one. Step two is actually getting mods. Now,
Alright, so what are you
in the
gonna do?
description down below, we have Journey Map,
dot jar file.
We'll talk why this is important.
What is a
Oh, yeah,
dot
that's-
jar file?
A general link. Now, the general
Yeah,
link
you
is
see,
to
that's why
just
I didn't do
download
Java,
and get
you
in our
know?
mods. That takes
What
you
the
here.
frick
This
is a
Curse
jar
Forge, where you'll
file?
find most Minecraft mods that are out there. We are considering replacing this with a
What the frick is
There will
that?
also and always be a link to Curse Forge.
Not that cursing,
Nevertheless, though, you
boy.
can sort by Minecraft version.
It's all
So,
encoded.
like, for example, 1.19.3, and after it verifies that we're real people, which we are, we can see that here are
It's all encoded
IP
data.
We're gonna
It's
talk about this
like
later, but the only thing
1,000 pages of encoded data.
we got
Yeah,
Forge,
that's probably
and
the
there's also
code.
another one
Computer.
called Fabric.
Oh,
You're using
No,
this
it's
video,
encoded code.
1.19.3
They're using
or
letters like
whatever version of Minecraft you're using, mods.
F
Fabric
with the
mods will not
squiggly
work
over it
with this
and
video.
Oh.
Nevertheless, though,
random
here it is.
question marks and boxes.
Davis, I think you just got a virus, man.
On the right hand
Nah.
side, scroll down and you'll see we have a Journey Map.
How is this an installer? This isn't installing anything.
Versions of Journey Map in the past, I believe.
Yes, I'm
but
gonna
they're
install
kind of
you,
old at this point. But
bro.
if you see Fabric in any of these, that's not the correct one. You want to get
What does
the
that even
Forge
mean? I don't
version.
even know,
And
but
in
why
our
is your
case,
name
right,
Bean?
replacing this,
I'm
we
about
have
to
Journey Map,
rip out your
Biomes of
spleen.
Plenty, Terra Blender. We'll talk why this is important and what I want to do. By
I'm
the way,
about to
what
make it so
displays here
keen
may
you
be
won't even
completely
know that it
different.
was
The only
me.
thing you want to click on this page is the red skip button in the top right. That's it. That's the only thing that you want or need to click. Once you click that red skip button,
I gotta
on the bottom left of
gotta
Google
use
Chrome
that
down
word
here,
in
Forge will
a
start
lyric
downloading.
sometimes.
Now, for most of you, you
Not,
actually need to click to keep this.
not that word,
That's
but
perfectly normal.
what's
It's
it
100%
called?
safe. Forge has been downloaded millions of times, and so because of that, we know that this is safe.
The word
is in the title,
that
like
rhymes
it is
with
us, you're
eighth,
good to keep it. Now, if you're on Firefox or other
the
browsers, you
words
also
that rhyme
need to
with
save
eighth.
or keep it. Just go
Bro,
ahead
I'm
and
about
paste
to
in
win
the
this
browser.
race,
Now,
and
once
if you
Forge is
catch up
downloaded,
with me, I'm about
that's
to
step one.
backhand you
Step
with
two
a
is actually
maze,
getting
bro.
mods.
I'm
This
so
doesn't
good.
make no darn sense.
Journey Map, Biomes of Plenty,
What?
Terra
Face.
Blender. We'll talk why this
Yeah.
is important.
Doesn't make no darn
And it-
sense.
And you're so unknown that you might as well just be a whiteboard that's about to be erased. I don't know.
So mine isn't working very well
I just
because
did
I'm on
something really bad. I'm about to catch a case.
Ooh.
what?
Case.
And
Bro.
I touched my cousin. He deserved it. And then he got
What?
raped. Oh! Oh!
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Can't be saying that on stream.
Doesn't matter. I got better bars than both of y'all.
No, I don't think that's a better bar. I think that's so. No, too bad. Get out of here, boy.
Okay, okay.
boy.
If one of us, okay,
Chocolate
if
tastes like hard
Rax,
R. I'm gonna get so
Rax.
mad. I'm gonna start spitting the hard R. Oh.
Okay, Rax.
Okay, that one was fire. I just can't say that.
You already said it though on stream. What do you mean, dude?
He's just mad. I have better bars. The cat. I'm going very far. Ooh! I'm a zoophile. Like alligators.
That doesn't make sense. Like alligators. If I bite you, I'm gonna leave a scar.
Ooh. Whenever I touch your brother,
Oh,
I'm gonna
Rax,
have to move
stop.
very far.
You already used the word far though. You know you can't use the same word over and over whenever you're
Shut up,
changing.
boy.
Oh.
You're next. I'm gonna bring you to my bed and make us have. Bro, oh my, I'm on fire!
What have I done to your brain, Rax? I don't know what I've done.
I'll just mad I got better bars than both of y'all, so.
I am mad.
Just
Too
saying.
bad. It's too bad that I've pretty much wrote a whole song on my phone now and you haven't.
Wait, yeah, I have, dude. I just dropped it.
Oh yeah? What?
Holland. Not Holland. The Boston. Yeah. Blank O L blank N. Yeah, I'm a felon. I like kids. Slapped his ass. I like jizz. I'm just gonna go Holland. Poland? Oh, I got it! Oh no, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like his ass because it's thick.
Well, guess I'm
Alright
getting a
guys,
virus.
I'm gonna go I'll be on in like 10 ish minutes, alright? I'll see you guys then. Bye.
So, should I start rapping again?
No.
Sure?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like kids.
What?
So blank AL. It's gonna end with T. What we can do? What can we do? It's T X. It's not.
This is
It's blank
scuffed.
T. So it's gonna end with T. It's
I need
gonna
to turn
be.
on my mouse. What the frick? Not the encrypted code again. How does this help me?
Look around palette. Ooh, what is it though? I got ALET in the right spot. I just don't know what the first letter is. Ballot. It's not ballot.
What do I do with
Ballot.
this?
Ballot. What? Oh. We're gonna run up clues, see if we can get anything. We got CLU. Oh, okay. Run up lucky. I'm staying up all night to get lucky. I swear I'm gonna get one of your picks this weekend, Noah.
Hmm?
You see. Ooh. Could be lucky, is that a word? Lutch. What? L-U-C. Lucky. So we're gonna do Bucky. We could do Salty, see if we can get anything. And nope. Salty. Hey, we didn't have a
This doesn't
clue.
pop up. What do you want me to open the file in?
What's a word that begins with L-U-C, Noah?
What?
What's a word that starts with L-U-C? Besides lucky.
L-U-C, lucid?
Oh. I won! All because of me, dude. I'll put lucky. Got a C and a K, so it's gonna end with CK, so we're gonna go with I'm stuck step, bro. I was right with CK. Could be
Oh my gosh, Microsoft, calm yourself. I don't care.
or blank CK. Track? Oh, it's not track. I have an A though.
There's this little rat that won't get out of my computer.
Could be prick. It could be prick, chat. It could be prick. Not prick, chat. It is not prick. Go with brick. It ain't brick, but maybe we'll get something. BR. Not brick. What? Is it?
I got you now.
Oh, I need your help. No, I need your help.
What?
So I have. Okay, I don't know the first letter. The second letter's R. I don't know the third letter, and the last two are CK. So it's blank R blank CK. It's
Delete yourself. Get off of my screen. Kill yourself. Oh my gosh.
hey. Use that word on stream.
Oh my god. Gosh dang. Get your stupid pop-up off my screen. Delete yourself. This action can't be completed since file is open in PC App Store. Get rid of it. Why won't you? Go away, please. What happens if I can press it? Delete.
So we got blank and DY. Dandy?
Please delete.
Oh, it was. Brother. Start. S. B. Share. S. Could be slate. Word. Sweet. L. E.
Delete this folder. Where's the PC App Store's folder? Where is it?
CD.
I will find you.
Yo, is that a threat?
Oh my gosh. Where is it? Where are you? No, 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 no. You are not hiding from me now.
Are you okay, Noah?
I'm coming for you. Come on now.
Oh, are you okay?
Just wanna have some fun. Show me your file location. What do I have to go through? Users. Oh, you're gone, buddy. You're gone.
Bro.
Yes. Yes,
Noah, can
goodbye.
you hear me?
Goodbye. Get out. No. Get rid of it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I was making sure. Are
This
you
is
talking to
why.
yourself?
Yes. 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 Please. Oh, let's go. I got rid of it. I finally got rid of it. I'm so happy. Now.
It could. Wait, is this CD again? Could be CD. No, it can't be CD. Could be CD.
How do I download you?
Can't be BD. PD? Can't be PD.
What the
Can't be meaty. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. It's meaty. Weedy? Oh my god. Yeah. B? It could be blank. O. H. Not gonna. Oh wait, is it bongo? It's not bongo. Oh wait. B O H G. Bogs? What is this word? Blank G H? Can't do that. H G. Did you get off your computer yet?
No.
Bro, bogs isn't even a word. I'm putting bonk because I don't know what it is. Oh, okay, so we're gonna run girly. We're gonna igloo. Start.
What is Jarfix? Jarfix.
Did you just say Jarvis?
Jarfix.
Oh. So it starts with T. That's all I know. Blank.
I don't want this thing that badly. I'm done.
Oh, it's so
Goodbye.
close.
Delete.
Did you delete it?
I'm going to delete it. Goodbye.
He said I don't want it that bad.
Ugh. I had to go through websites and websites and websites and websites if I wanted to do this. How to use electronic dog training collar. I don't even know how I got to that, to be honest. Okay.
Wanna run up a couple rounds of Code Wordle?
Go, whatever, sure.
I've been grinding, dude.
Dang.
I'm about to send you the link.
Yeah.
Copy. I sent it to you.
Yeah. I see that.
Tell me wherever you're in. There we go. I'm gonna start off, so once I'm starting, I'm just gonna go start.
Hold up, I need to change my Streamlabs over.
Oh no. It will take you about 20 seconds.
No.
Oh. I'm stupid. Not that.
What?
Oh, I know. I know. Oh, not
What?
Wait, wait. What? Wait, I don't know it. Like, actually, I don't know it. Is this another N? What?
What is this word?
Slunge? Slunum?
um.
I don't know. I know you know it. What? Oh, I know. Yep, I knew it.
Hello? Hello?
You
Join.
left.
There's
Yeah. Am I loud for you guys? Just all the time?
No.
Just
No, you're like perfect.
okay. Because on the live stream, I was just abnormally loud. As a live stream, the recording I was sent. So I don't know if it's something I need to do with my mic, but I was talking volume in the video, and it just came out really loud.
We'll see, if you turn yourself down, I literally won't be able to hear you.
Okay.
Whoa! Whoa!
What?
That is not family friendly.
Bro, we should play Sus Wordle.
No! Is that even a thing?
Yeah, no, it's like Dirty Wordle, where it's only like dirty words.
Is it like online?
Yeah. Well, no, it's not. Like,
Just spoon feed it to me, please. Please just spoon feed it to me. What? Okay. Oh, that was a good guess. I just need you to feed it to me. Howdy. What the fuck?
Hey Davis, what time are you getting off tonight?
what?
What time are you getting off tonight?
Probably like 10.
10. Alright.
What is this word? No, please, just type audio. Maybe I don't want to see the word.
Are you playing Sus Wordle on stream?
No, we're playing
No.
Co-Wordle.
We're not even playing together.
Did you just...
You left.
You left.
No? It said your opponent has left. Are you playing with some random guy?
No.
Okay. Better send it to me, boy.
Wait, which one were you in?
I wasn't in one.
The whole time?
Yeah. Well, I did Slunk.
That's the last one you did?
Yeah.
I sent you another one. Are we playing now?
Huh? Yeah. Slank?
Yeah. You know you could use your keyboard, right?
I know.
Wait, ready for the one. Where is my cursor?
Gosh freaking dang it.
Oh shit. I'm getting it right here. Oh, what? That's so gay. Dude, I was gonna put something like that.
What?
Oh, we have all the wait, no.
What?
Wait.
Huh?
I don't even know what to guess. It's a filler word.
What the
Improv?
frick?
How do you spell improv?
Oh.
Never mind.
Wait, is it valid? No, it's valid. I've gotten this one.
What? I was gonna guess palette.
That's what I guessed on one of the wordles I played earlier.
Oh my gosh.
We're gonna do...
Whoa, not family friendly. We're not family friendly.
Answer quick, hurry, answer quick. He just scrolled down and covered it.
Yes. Why would you put that?
It was a filler word.
What?
Okay, we gotta end. We gotta end on the right spot.
Is it gone yet?
That's a good guess, but
It is gone.
blank
Okay.
IN blank Y. I bet you know it. Wait, so it has a T in it?
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be like, is this a word? How is hinty not a word? Oh my, I'm retarded.
Minty? Yo, on stream, Max, stop saying the R word.
I keep forgetting.
I know you do. We've been going live for 5 hours. And you haven't learned.
I know it.
No, you don't. What?
I bet mic was lagging out a little bit.
Okay.
What?
Crip.
Yeah, Crips isn't a word, so I had to put cripe. What is that guess? What is that? what is it? One last, so. We put uncle for a second. What? I didn't even know that was a word. Molly? No, what is bro thinking of? Blank blank LLE.
Oh, wait, that's weird.
What? I don't know it. I don't know it. What?
Hey,
This is so weird.
hey Davis.
What?
Look in the group chat of what we're talking right now. I want you to watch that.
Toll. What?
Will you watch
You're
the
a
thing I just sent in
tool.
the Discord?
Yeah.
I'm watching it too. Oh, it's a
Does
TikTok.
not want to
Is it your
play.
TikTok, Keegan?
Oh wait, are we playing right now?
Is it the restaurant one? Hey, hurry, 15 seconds.
Alright guys, I might have fixed it.
I love weather.
It's so nice today. Thanks for
It took
bringing me to
so
this restaurant,
long.
Tsunami. Nice.
Oh crap, you put so many tags
guys,
on that.
what can I get?
on that.
Yeah, watch it. It's pretty good. I'll have a water too.
Okay. Dude, that guy's so ugly.
I know. Bro. Did you see his jeans? Freaking all dirty and stuff. Oh my
No,
god.
10 seconds.
No, I'm not really. No way. Feeling the vibe. I didn't know you were so judgmental.
What?
About things.
You guys go.
So, I also didn't
Jeremy?
know that you were cheating on me.
What?
With Jeremy?
Oh.
Yeah. I also
Tell me
didn't
about
know
him.
that you were so poor. Okay?
What?
Because look at all this I have. Look at all
What?
this.
What?
Okay, look at all
Hey,
this.
dude.
And what have you gotten me? Nothing. Nothing. You know what? You know what? You know
Hey
what?
guys, what would you like for dinner?
I'm done. That was perfect, Keegan.
Thank you. I thought it was pretty fire. Now,
It was.
now I gotta make it a YouTube short.
What?
Has it aged? What is this actual? What is this word?
Starts with an I. Oh.
Is it like,
I know.
I don't
What,
know.
Mikowski?
I said I liked it, Keegan. Good job.
Yeah.
Dang, I'm just gonna put dang because I don't
How do you not know it?
I don't know how to see that.
I don't know. Itchy?
Has it gone viral yet?
Oh,
I just
for
posted
sure.
it. I think I was the first like.
Dang.
I got a good word.
Are you guys playing freaking Hank?
Yo! Clip it, chat. Clip it, chat.
Clip what?
He put sperm in the box. Clip it.
Road? What? That's not even a word.
Yes, it is.
What?
Alright, so are we going to be playing anything? Anything actual?
I'm almost level 27.
I think I spelled restaurant wrong in the thing.
No way.
That's fine.
What?
It's whatever.
Wait, what does this word have in it? An E, D, O, and N. So.
Bro, how do you spell restaurant? What?
RESTAURANT.
It's really weird. I don't know.
think I got this one.
Alright.
Hurry up, Max.
I don't know.
Alright, so
What? Oh?
Are we gonna be playing any Valorant or anything?
Probably in a little bit. Wait, Noah's getting off at 10.
Me or him?
Him. He's getting
What?
off at 10. Cool. That's not a word. That's not a word. That's not a word. Kendo? What does kendo mean?
You're getting off
It is
at
not a word.
10, Noah.
Or at least I'm stopping the stream at 10.
Oh,
Because
okay.
it will officially be...
A Japanese form of fencing with two-handed bamboo sword.
What?
Hey, yeah, like I would have got that one.
I was just guessing the start of letters. I think I might know it.
Oh my god!
What?
Stupid. Not lucid. Hey, oh, there's an LU and it's supposed to not be there. I'm so dumb. It's Cupid.
No, it's not.
I know. Yeah, yeah. Honestly, if I put this word, I think it would help us, but you're gonna have to cover it, okay?
Okay. Yo.
It didn't help us. What word you running up? Ooh. Oh my god. What is the first letter?
Wait, where's the L at?
It's the second letter. Do you know it?
Yeah.
Fluid? Oh my god. Okay, ready. I'm about to get it in one. In two. In one. Ready? What am I gonna guess?
Better not be something I have to blur.
Give it to me. Oh my god. I put grass, but it wasn't anything bad. Oh. Bro. Are you gonna get it? Is he gonna get it? I think if you just go through and you find the right letter, I think you're gonna get it. I think I got it.
No way.
I don't know if this is a word, but oh, it's not. No way! No way! It's park with the E. Why does this always happen to me? Do you have it? Park.
Oh.
Parka? What's that word? I don't even know.
Dang, you got really unlucky with that one.
A large windproof jacket with a
You
hood
haven't heard of a
designed to be worn in
parka?
cold weather.
No way. What?
Max, I'm pretty sure you were grown in like a vat. Like I don't think you emerged until you got to your
Wait,
freshman.
I grown in a what? Wait, what'd you say?
like a vat, like in a
Mhm.
lab somewhere.
Yeah, no, that's true
What is
because
that?
his baby pictures look nothing like him. Like some people like look similar, but he just looks
It,
nothing like it.
and you said you played just Madden as a kid. Like you never played Minecraft. You never played like Angry Birds. Like just Madden.
I
I
played
don't know
Angry
Angry Birds.
Birds.
Okay.
I played Angry Birds.
Oh, I didn't know about that. But who didn't play Minecraft as a kid? That was like my whole entire childhood.
Good night.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Nice, Susan.
Playing
Oh
Wordle on
god
stream.
damn.
Good night.
Go to bed on time. You got your
Okay.
homework done?
Yeah,
Where's your
basically.
little... I would put that up before sitting on it.
Basically.
Bro remembers if he even
Guess that's a man.
has
Do you hear
homework.
me?
What?
That little box you got over there?
Yeah.
Are you hearing
Has
me?
What's in the box?
pounds of crack
What about
in
it?
it.
What's in the
Oh.
box?
Put it up before the dog comes in and eats.
50
He,
pounds of crack.
He might, but he will put that in his mouth. So you know you'll have
he'll
that.
put this in his mouth for
That's
sure.
what I'm talking about. Whatever. Yeah, he'll put all of it in his mouth.
Clip it,
What?
Joe.
You don't want that.
Yeah, clip it.
Oh wait, so it's
Oh,
What's he gonna put
sorry
in his
for
mouth?
the
Oh,
saliva
what's he
and the
gonna put in
doggy
his dog's
marks.
mouth?
Here you go. Is that the way you want to do it?
Mom.
Extra
Mom, do you know any words that start with R-I and end with
Bro is
A-L?
British, mum.
Ale?
3 seconds.
Gosh dang it.
Rival?
Oh. Gosh dang it.
What?
He's got it. Yeah, you told him. You told him.
Seriously? I gave him the answer, rival?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm pretty good. I can help.
No, we need to clip that and put it on a YouTube short.
Oh! What's he clapping? It's gonna be me after this stream.
Shut up, Rax.
Yeah, it is getting kind of
You know
annoying.
it's true.
What?
No, it's
You know
just
it's true.
it's getting annoying.
Is it though?
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Oh my
It's already yelling.
god. Wait, what is it?
It wasn't sheep.
Mm.
No way. No way. How's it not sheep?
Because it was sweet, that's why.
What is the leaderboard button? It's my statistics.
Yo. Check out my new shoes. It's a brand new.
Dials.
Oh, O has to fit in there?
What?
Just help me out, please. Ooh, that's good to know. I could guess a very good word.
Wait, I know it.
I don't.
How do you not know it?
Dang, what is it, dude? Disco? Oh, I typed in dispo. Disto.
Irate gang.
Wow, this is a lot of
You did what to again?
interest.
One of these days it's gotta be right.
It's not. What?
is this word?
What the frick is circa?
Oh, I was about like a circle whale.
Circa.
Hey, McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Do you know if YouTube Shorts can be longer than a minute long?
It cannot.
I don't believe so. I think YouTube Shorts are kind of strict with that.
Yeah.
What you can do, Keegan, you can speed up the video by like barely any percentage to get it under a minute.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
I feel like you know it.
Well, it has to be.
He's looking it up. Oh, okay. He said, "What the hell is a circa?" 10 seconds.
Yeah. What the frick is Simar?
Hey, what is this? Oh wait. Wait, what is this? Hmm?
Simar means to crop.
I don't know it. And who the fuck just shit themselves? I swear someone just fucking farted.
What are you talking about?
Is it you? Oh my god.
Oh, it's Cigar.
Cigar? Oh my god. That makes sense, actually.
Oh, it's 10. This is my last one. And then I'll probably get on Val. No, I'll probably get on Val.
I think I know it. Here it is. Into. You ready? You ready? You think I got it? Bro. Oh,
What is Drave? What is that? What was it?
One more frame.
What does it mean? Oh, frame? What is Drave? It's the past tense of drive.
There's no way.
No.
No. It's drove. It's drove.
Yeah, it's
It says simple past tense of drive, alternate spelling of Drava.
I drave somewhere. It's drove.
Apparently not anymore.
Yo, I can spell out something that's so bad right now.
Sir, where were you at 1:23 p.m. on Tuesday? So I had just drove to work and
I had just draven.
I was draving to work.
I just drove to work and I was just, that's funny.
It's drove. It is drove.
Ain't no one use the word drave. What is it, the 1720s? Like, come on, man.
Oh my god.
Oh.
I know that there's a way to slow it down, but I don't remember how to do this, so I might have to bring it over to Clipchamp.
So in the old days, it was like drave meant. What is this word?
I don't know. It's not Lance. Give you 5 seconds. CN? Can't? What is can't? Wait.
Bro doesn't know what the word can't is.
So drave used to be in the old days when you would drive forward. Canal.
Where you would what?
One more.
Where you would drive forward. In the olden days when they weren't really driving forward. They were driving forward.
That's crazy.
Alright,
Yeah, I got it.
Wait.
Gelly? What is Gelly?
Jelly.
Wait, is it jelly spelled with a
G.
Yep,
G?
with a G. Yep.
What?
Gelly.
Wait, I know it.
That's not okay.
That's not a word?
Bro,
I'm not gonna lie.
we have to
Most of my streams, I just kind of rely on you guys for like commentary while I play games in the background.
Dang.
Let's go!
What is leggy?
Leggy?
Oh my. No, okay, one
No, it's
last
still
one,
open
last
for
one.
me.
Okay. It's still opening. How long does it take to open? I guess I'm doing a 6-hour stream tonight.
Dang.
Twitch should be paying me by now. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I don't need to read all that. No, you have to get followers. You have to be popular to do that.
I am popular. I'm popular for how much I stream. Come on now.
Nope.
I put in like
Well, how
no
many people
All
are
your
hours.
watching?
viewers are us. All your viewers are
Yeah.
us.
Yeah.
Okay. I put like in no hours compared to big streamers. So put in like an hour, like
Well,
150
that's their
hours a month.
job. We have to go to
He
school.
did a
in
whole
the
month.
morning.
What is Mille? Oh my god.
Huh?
What does M-I-L-L-E mean?
Mille.
Mille.
It's probably like a weird way to spell mill, like like a flour mill.
Mile.
In Italian it means
Mile.
1,000.
Mille.
Oh, milli or something. Hurry. It's 10 seconds.
Me casually misspelling audio.
McCaskey, I just had to speed it up by 10%. That's good.
Is it weird sounding?
No,
Okay.
it's at 1.1 speed.
Holy crap! So many things to research in this pod.
Yeah, Davis was trying to figure out how to do how to do Java mods.
It's so
Java.
scuffed.
Oh. It's not scuffed.
5
I've done
seconds.
them before. It's not
5
that
seconds.
hard.
Well,
In
like,
fact,
okay,
I think I have Origin set up on my laptop right now.
dang. I tried downloading Forge, and it went into my computer as a jar file, and then when I open it in my notepad, it's all encrypted letters.
Oh.
I think I know.
Okay, I don't know what that
way.
is, but I download Forge, and then you get Fabric, and that basically allows you to run anything.
Chief, one more. Now it's still opening. It's almost done. Like, I'm not even kidding. It just made like
Wait.
little sound.
So on your computer, it did not download as a jar file?
Well, I don't think it was very hard for me to download, so I'm assuming not.
Yeah, and to get it out of a jar file, I had to do like a long list of 20 steps, where I had to go into my computer's files and do something and convert it through many processes, and I just did not want to do that. G-E.
It has to be G-E-R.
Going for the long run on this play.
Oh, no, wait. I'm done. I'm done. It's almost open.
What is Gurney? Oh
no. Why didn't I think of genre? Dumb.
I'm also gonna turn down racks a little bit.
Pound. What? Ord?
Talk, McCaskey?
Hello.
Hello.
Nah, cause what is this word?
Oh, what
Bro,
the frick?
Come on now, just type something without giving you the word. It's like, oh my god, it's actually kind of annoying.
Wait, what is this word?
It's a really weird template. Takes demolition equipment.
Oh, it's a ward.
Oh my, one more. That one is like, it's literally 2 seconds away from opening.
No way. How do you know?
Because, like, I literally have it open and it's like, it has like a little line at the bottom.
Oh.
I can add mongrels to these.
Gosh.
That's cool.
Okay, it's ending with D. I mean T. You know it. Oh.
Out? Oh, I know what it is.
I don't.
It is not out. It is aunt.
No,
Oh,
dude.
I was gonna guess haunt.
It was taunt. Okay, we have to end off on someone winning. We can't end off on that.
Seriously, you're just making up excuses now.
I swear.
Yes,
No, come on.
yes.
That's dumb. We can't end off on someone not winning.
Well, let's speed run this one then.
I am.
Alright, the YouTube short is up. Finally.
Oh. Oh. Ah!
What is it?
I know it. There's a lot of words
don't.
that have "eeld" in them. It could be guild or
Shield.
veiled.
Okay, I got it. So I'm just gonna wait until I got it.
Deal.
Field
Oh, my bad.
or yield.
Okay,
GG.
I'm seeing if it will let me upload.
Yield. Is it yield?
It's yield. Like I said.
Oh, I got it. We can't end off on something starting with a what.
Oh
No,
my gosh.
Shut up.
I'm just
Bro.
No, that's
way.
cat.
No way. No way.
Oh shit, dude, I may be banned.
Banned.
Okay, perfect. I'm not. We can't end off on a letter starting with. Hey.
McCaffrey.
I thought
Yeah.
you.
I'm sending you an email of the YouTube short thing so that you can upload it too if you want.
Okay.
Can I upload it?
Yep.
Keep quiet.
McCaffrey, will you forward it to him?
Yep. Well, I don't have his email.
Davis, do you think you can upload this one?
Which one? Yeah. If you just
The
email
YouTube
me.
short? Okay, yeah, I don't know your email. So.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, never mind. I freaking hacked your account. My bad.
What? You had it
Yeah.
before, didn't you? I told you my email to send you something.
Yeah, yeah.
And you hacked my account.
Fortnite balls, I'm gay. I kidnap autistic kids, little Moses.
On stream! On stream!
Oh.
Clip that, chat. Clip it. Clip it, chat. Clip that. What song am I on? This is a very good question.
Where is my cat?
Alright, McCaffrey, I just sent that email to you.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna forward this email to
Noah, give my cat back. I ain't playing now.
I'm on song number...
Noah, give my cat back. I'm not playing.
No, I'm on song number 63. That's pretty far in there.
If you don't give me my cat, I'm gonna take something of yours.
No, you're not.
And I can tell you what it starts with.
V?
Yep.
You're
Yuck,
gonna
yuck,
take
yuck,
his
yuck.
video games?
I
I am.
cannot believe. Did you forward that to me yet, Keegan?
Has a.
I'm working on it.
Are you spam mail? I wonder if
Yeah.
you're gonna be a spam mail.
Hey, get back over here, boy.
I forwarded it to you, Davis.
Thanks for giving my
Okay.
cat back, no.
I invited you to the
Okay.
game, by the way. No.
Now I need to delete these 6 videos that I have off on my computer.
Guys. I'm feeling goated. Y'all want to 2v1 me?
You sent me 2 videos. Which one is the right one?
The one that's more zoomed in. I just
Oh,
forwarded
okay.
me and McCaskey's emails.
Woo! Love you, kitty.
I love weather.
Hey, yo,
It's so nice today. Thanks for bringing me to this restaurant.
My cat doesn't have another arm.
Hello guys, what can I get for you to drink?
My cat was born with one arm.
I'll have a water too. Crazy.
Is it downloading?
I got hungry.
That guy's so
I know.
I got hungry while she was being born.
Bro, did you see his jeans? Freaking all dirty and stuff. Oh my god.
Is it? Download, boy. Download. I swear I just downloaded this thing like 50 times.
You have to be nice to it, no?
Did I? Is this it? Did I actually download it twice? Just always open it in media player. Where else am I gonna open it?
Why is there subtitles?
Oh, this is it. I downloaded it a few times.
Thanks for bringing me to this restaurant, Tsunami.
Noah, why is there subtitles on your stream?
There is?
But it's so inaccurate.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't turn those on.
Deducting the nice to? What does that even mean?
I need to get to YouTube Studio. Oh, I can just do this. Yeah.
For me, no wiser, some files on your story. What? What your subtitles just said. At the top of things on my knees, scandal of 19. What does this even mean? Oh,
Wait.
is Pando the only person you have watching your stream right now?
I guess so. I'm naming mine Breakup Skit.
Clear some files to send. What, like what? Up the top of things on my knees, scandal of 19. It said it again.
How do you spell recommended?
R-E-C.
Oh, this one.
Actually. And the one of only person, Jan the teaser.
Bro, dude,
What?
whoever, if there's ever a deaf person watching my stream, they're gonna be so confused.
Some files sent 1.1.
What other tag should I put on breakup?
What? No, it still says you're streaming Stranded Deep.
Oh, I haven't changed it yet.
Option of the ancient.
It said that for like the past 3 days.
And no one on the person.
I'm at 546.
What?
Okay.
I think.
Here, I'll edit it real quick. Category.
What is this?
Games. Is games one?
Are some files that want. Who hacked your computer, dude?
I don't see the subtitles.
Must be bugging then.
I think you are. You turned on subtitles. That's why, Max. The subtitles button.
I also turn on subtitles.
Holy
It did
crap,
not
it's
help.
so
And
inaccurate.
number
I
one on
know.
the person and scene of Dean.
On some titles on Squire.
There is no.
All
Sorry.
uptight happy. It's so inaccurate. 100 cars a scene of the Bond song titles on Squire.
For some files, 1 at 20.
Barrett's and Berets, and now we're all uptight. Have been selling accurate records. CEO is for the
Stockpiles?
Nace
What
on
does that
Squire.
even mean?
Are some files 140 bins? Instead of raising
The
our
1
offsite,
and
and
1
some
half
packets
this
not
year,
widely
are you
used
turn
outside.
on some titles on Squire, answer on those low?
Arson files. 140 bands. Instead
Uptight
raining
happy.
outside.
It's so
Knows the white
inaccurate.
elites
100
at on
cars
some
of
titles on
scene of
Squire
the
answer. All
Bond
goes
song
well.
titles on Squire.
What does this
And
mean?
no, you
And
should
now
start it
we're all
unrated.
uptight, have been selling
Oh yeah, hold up.
CEO was a Renaissance Wired. Dude, I gotta turn this off.
Bro, you have a Pando menu? Can I kill Pando?
I can make you a mod, no.
Does that allow me to kill Pando?
I don't know,
Did you
maybe.
guys get?
Can I
Did you
shoot
guys
him
get
in
your
the
thing?
head?
Yeah, I posted
Can
it
Can
on
I
my
you?
give him
TikTok.
rat poison?
I
Here, I
posted it on
got
my
you. I'll
TikTok
make
and tagged
you
you guys.
Oh,
chat real quick, Noah.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Okay.
I can
I
customize
tried it
Pando.
earlier.
Oh, people can
Can you
donate
kill
bits
him?
to Pando.
Yeah, can you shoot him in the head?
Oh.
Pando is literally just you, Noah.
Why?
What
Yeah.
if I would just want to donate to just Pando? Like, the money doesn't go to you.
Yeah, I don't want to give it to you.
Oh, no, it's fine.
I'm gonna drop 1,000
I'll give
per
it. I'll
each.
give it to Pando. Trust me. No
That
way.
isn't real.
Please let me get more points.
You want to start up a match?
No
Yeah,
way.
Can you get him?
There we go. That's what I was looking for.
Please start up a match.
Noah.
Yeah, I got you. Here, I'll start it, and then I'll start making Noah a mod.
You butt in my face, dude?
How many buckaroos do I have?
I have 60.
How did you only get 60?
Ah!
Are we in a Swift play?
Hit my
No,
balls!
this is unrated.
Okay.
Watching the stream. Your number one viewer. My wise swagger.
Together, we'll crush them.
Snoop Dogg's child.
That's crazy.
He's
I
cute.
mean, that's me, actually.
You're playing in a Valorant game against us?
Yeah. Oh, yep.
That's rough.
Does Snoop Dogg have kids? There's no way our teammates are level 6 and level 5.
Oh,
We're losing
wait,
this.
we're winning this
Oh
one.
yeah, that's a GG. That's a GG. I mean, their team isn't too bad. I mean, isn't too good either.
I can only see 3 of their levels.
Yeah.
I can only see 26, 10, and 9. No, you need to join the Uwu clan, Catfish.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't invited me.
What?
It's not a clan, you just gotta get the tag.
Yeah.
And they already have it, because I got it whenever I was at like level 2.
Dang. Yeah, that guy's level 9. He has it, so.
You know what? I'm gonna time you out for 10 seconds, Noah.
Why?
I don't know. Oh, there we go. I made you a mod.
Okay.
Mm.
Reporting Panda, I'm tired of him.
Reporting him for what?
He's being racist.
No, he's not.
And he said nice to meet you too many times. Why does it say nice to meet you? Period. I'm
Davis.
Yes.
Davis. The video's only been up for like 5 minutes. Already has 60 views.
Gosh,
Wow.
dang.
Yeah, this one's doing way better. It already has more. No, it doesn't already have more. But it's in like a few minutes. It's already gonna have more than the Stranded Deep one.
Oh, dang. Yeah, the Stranded Deep one was not a hit. It is not as famous as Minecraft.
No, it's not. But I think it was more. I think it was a little bit more funny than not than our first Minecraft one, but I think it was a little bit more funny than the one we made today.
Yeah.
Wait.
Tomorrow.
Put the YouTubes in.
Oh, the current chat. Oh wait, no, that was some other one. Tomorrow,
No,
Davis.
it was a different one.
Tomorrow, Davis. I would like to make that one over it's like you outside like the gas station and someone at the counter, and you'd be like, put the money in the bag, put the money in the bag, and then you walk into the thing, and then you say like the complete wrong thing. I think that would be funny.
Hey, they're
Money in my ass.
Down B.
What?
you can say that. You can say that. You could say that. That would be funny. Are you allowed to say that?
I don't think so. Especially not on video. Man tried to stab him.
Yeah, I had to reload.
Hey Rax,
Dang.
hey Rax, if you can get your Minecraft to work, you can do it, okay?
Like, I can say something, then Rax will come in, he'll say something, and then Noah will come in and he'll say something.
I'm gonna like backup robber and I'll say, put the money in my ass.
and then he just bends over in front of the counter.
It's like Noah Davis is like scared to go into the thing, and then Rax is like the leader of the operation. He's like, oh bro, just follow my lead, and then he walks in. Rax is like, yo, the money in my.
I'm like, yo, just follow my lead. I run in there. They're like, put the money in my ass.
And then Noah Davis slowly just like, what? Not Rax, please get your Minecraft to work. I want that to happen now. Please get it to work then.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
That would be so funny.
Oh, Max, get the 4th kill. Never mind.
What?
It's okay, I got some kills.
Yeah.
Rax, please get your Minecraft to work. I want to do that so bad.
May just have to buy Minecraft on my computer.
Yeah.
I mean,
You should just get Game Pass.
yeah, just get Game Pass.
Hey,
It's like $1 a month
how much
if
is
you
it?
do the 1 month thing.
It's $15 a month.
Is it? Oh wait, what? What?
Yeah.
Oh, is that like a special
What?
sale they do every once in a while?
Yeah, it's just for 1 month.
Yeah, it's 15. I mean, I bet, I don't know obviously, but I bet since you've literally had no actual game time inside Minecraft, they might let you refund it. Like, since you have literal no actual time in it. You have no world, you have
Ow.
nothing.
Frick, dude. I just got like poisoned and tripwired.
Dang.
It's got poison, tripwired, and
Holy
pulled
crap,
in
just got
by
Guardian
radio.
in the head.
Dude.
Oh, this is Swift play, right?
No.
No? Oh.
No.
It seems like I'm getting a ton of points.
Yeah, I think it's just because we were winning.
Oh.
I went heavy
Rough.
shield vandal this round.
Yeah, same.
Oh, I was only able to go heavy shield guardian.
I'm light shield vandal this time.
Heavy shield vandal all powers this round.
What? I'm light shield
Yeah.
specter.
I'm light shield vandal all powers.
I thought you were gonna get 2 kills.
Can someone spot me?
Let's get.
That's rough now.
Cypher has enough to buy me. He just didn't want to.
Oh my gosh, Davis.
What?
It's already at 224 views.
No way.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, that's YouTube Shorts are actually crazy.
Yeah. But you
see, real men don't look, Noah. They actually jump while they shoot too.
Oh, okay.
I know exactly where.
Oh, why does
No,
Cypher
my
have ult?
brains.
Oh, we're screwed.
I was trying to spam.
I have ult. Come here, Noah. We need to meet up, Noah.
Okay.
I'm sending out my ult.
Okay, I'm gonna
Alright,
follow
go
it.
get him, boys.
Oh.
Oh, that's what.
Ow, what the frick?
What the frick?
Man's
Nah, what is
guardian
bro
skills are
using?
insane.
Check his files.
Check files, yeah, that's for real.
Devious. I'm saving.
I'm trying to save.
Spectre.
Oh wait, yeah, I
I
should
can't even
save.
use Marshall.
Guys, it's defender. Don't stack on one side.
Yeah. I'm saving this round, going light shield Marshall with one extra ability.
Camping right here.
Yeah, I'm also light shield marshal or heavy shield marshal.
Ultimate ready.
Ow. They expected it.
Careful here.
That or Cypher?
Yeah, that is. You would not be able to see it that far away.
I must wait a moment. Cage triggered.
Enemy spotted A. Hawk out.
Cypher just stared at your bird.
Dang.
What do you think he's playing?
Spike planted.
Nice shot.
Oh wait, I walk into it right as soon as it goes away too.
Last player
Frick,
standing.
No way.
I blinded her.
Hmm.
It told me. Oh, there's 3 of them. Of course.
Whenever you
blinded
blind
one.
someone, if you look away, it still says you blinded them because whenever someone looks away, it blinds them for like a split second.
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can still get heavy shield vandal.
Yep.
I can get light shield.
I'm back.
Okay.
Oh, we got pity points for losing 3 times or two
So
or 3
cold.
times in a row.
I'm going to my room. I'll be right back again. I'm sorry. I'm just so cold in my room. I'm gonna go put on my pajamas. Be right back.
I accidentally hit the portal.
Fades a goner.
Flooding them.
Well, I'll please just pull out my Vandal, please.
Okay, I don't see anybody for quite a while.
Frick me. What the
Never mind.
frick?
He's just right there.
He insta headshot.
One enemy remaining.
Well, that's because he knew where I was.
Frick. I already have my ult again.
Dang.
Max, what are you doing?
What are you
Don't
doing?
I'm lagging, that's what I'm doing.
Oh gosh,
You
dang.
guys see this?
Dude,
Yeah.
you need new internet. You actually
You do
new
need new internet.
Okay. Did you guys hear
Technically,
about
I
Coach? Hear Coach talking about the deal he's trying to make with Waypoint Lounge?
Yeah.
The
Not the tournament, but like us being able to go in there for free in practice.
he already said that the Waypoint Lounge owner would let us do that.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's amazing. Do we have to like bring our school ID?
Yeah.
Okay, that's gonna be really amazing. I'll probably try to go in there like twice a week.
He said that he'll have to like take us and our whole team on like a bus there.
Oh, frick! Oh, frick! Oh, frick! Ah, my brain! My brain!
You tripped the wire! How did that?
Oh, go get him, dogs. Oh, one of them's behind us.
You will not
Oh my gosh.
There's another.
Davis, this is gonna be my best video on my channel.
Really? Hold up. What is
already
mine
at
at?
600. It's already at 600 for me.
No way.
I can't. I'm too laggy.
Oh, I haven't even publicked it yet. Oop. Okay, I just posted it.
The restaurant one?
The public restaurant one?
Yeah.
Oh, frick! Gosh.
I mean,
Oh, wait, my Stranded Deep one's at 283.
Wow, okay.
Your VOD?
No, Stranded Deep skip.
Oh, mine is at 177.
Haha, let's go.
Nice.
Wow, YouTube Shorts is really amazing.
It is.
Guys, I have to go Marshall. No, I ain't going Marshall. I'm going... I don't even care.
I think I'm still gonna post all my videos that or all the skits that we make on my TikTok, but I think YouTube Shorts is just way better overall.
Yeah, same.
Well, see,
Help
YouTube
me right
is...
here. I need lots of help.
What the frick? Now we actually need to check files.
Come help me, whoever's in there.
That's Viper. Watch out, Jet has her ult active right now.
Yeah, I saw. Viper! You idiot! Shoot the person!
No, she killed Jet with her ult. Guess Jet is just not good. Hey, Max, you have your ult.
Yeah, I do.
You're lagging bad, though.
Oh no, I'm doing that.
Last player standing.
You got this.
Oh, I suck at those.
You're dead. Rest in peace.
I suck with those.
Dang.
I feel like you have to use those at the beginning of the round, not whenever you feel like you're being pushed.
You just use them as long as there's more than one player. Because after you kill one, you gain your knives back. So, it's just at least ricochet off one person. You can also right click to use them like a shotgun. I'll just take teleporter immediately.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Hey, McCassie.
Yeah, what's up?
After that game, would you just like?
Hey, they're here. I think. What was it, Keegan?
Yeah, he is.
After your game that you're in or whatever, do you think you could just like, if I broadcast my stream on Discord, do you think you could help me for a second? I'm gonna start making your screen. I don't know how to make a catfish face.
I cannot hear you. I'm in the middle of a match.
All right, I'll wait.
Help over here, please, somebody.
Yeah.
I'm in a very bad position. Okay, it's fine. You said you want me to come watch your stream in a second?
Yeah, after your game, because I don't know how to make a catfish head in Minecraft. I have no idea how I would go about doing that. Like, the rest I can do, but I don't know how to make a catfish face.
Oh, that's what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, I'll come drop by.
Alright, yeah.
He's in there.
I'm gonna place a marker here.
See, they're both in there.
The front of the face. This is the front. Alright.
30 seconds left.
Y'all can push it. Why is Cypher bald?
Because he threw his hat.
Look at him, dude. He looks like a whole dude.
Cypher's hit for 89. Other Cypher. No way.
Hit for like negative.
You just have to stop her from planting.
I couldn't. I couldn't. I literally.
Yeah, and our other guy's disconnected.
We were 0.5 seconds away.
How is he bald, dude?
That he threw his hat on one of the dead enemies to reveal their locations.
Stupid. You're spectating a black screen.
Why are we waiting for so long? I'm just looking at the Jets bottom.
That guy was disconnected.
Oh.
I was spectating a black screen.
Dang. Well, that's because you were the one who died.
Yeah.
I'm full buying this round.
Man,
hey, Smokey's
I
back.
am too. He is?
Yeah, but he's still dead.
Oh, okay. He's spectating.
Jet
I'll
can
take
prevent
portal.
herself from dying from fall damage. That's good to know.
Yeah.
I'll block this off.
It's also really good for her ult because she can just sit in the air with her updraft and shoot with no bloom.
We just abandoned the objective. Okay.
What is Cypher doing?
I don't know.
Oh, he caught one. All the way over there.
Ooh, teammates. No, watch out to your left.
Oh my Cassie.
This is
Away! Flagged into the portal!
Oh, nah.
What?
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for you to tell me what to do. I'm gonna start sharing my
Okay.
screen.
Last player standing.
I think I found my reference photo, but I don't
Okay.
know.
Come on, y'all.
Spike
Come on.
down A.
Nah.
What the frick?
Unlucky. Unlucky.
Wait,
Of course.
Did we not kill one person?
They think they're the best until we prove them wrong.
I got man, I forgot how I died.
Tsunami.
Right behind him. I didn't know they were
What?
actually there.
Tsunami.
Yeah.
Our video is past 1,100 views.
Hey,
No
we need
way.
to.
Actually?
Yeah.
Oh my. Mine has got one whole view.
Let's go. That's so high.
Wave crashing. Flooding them. No charges.
Hey Davis, it's got 3 views.
Mm.
You had hashtags to it, Davis? Did you add
Many.
hashtags? What?
I don't know if I added the right hashtags though.
That thing. Okay, that cipher's so crap.
What hashtags
One
did
of
you
the enemy
add?
team.
Funny, comedy, Minecraft, For You page, recommended, stuff like that.
Oh, I added a lot more than that. I added funny, hilarious. I've added just some variations of
down
one thing.
A.
I've added funny, hilarious, Twitch streamer, Twitch, Tsunami, comedian,
Last round in
catfish,
the half.
friends, couple, waiter, gay,
Yo!
cheating.
Gay?
Gone
Yo,
wrong.
I think I know why it's so many views.
Minecraft Bedrock Edition, Minecraft comedy skit.
Did you put the LGB on there?
Oh, I should have. Wait, I still can.
Yeah, you can. he's marketing gay people for his success.
I am.
That's actually based.
I'm
I
scared
am.
of them.
What the frick?
I mean,
Attacking.
it makes sense in the video. If you watch the video, it makes sense. So.
Help! Oh
Okay.
my gosh! What? No, hey.
Blinded.
Oh my.
I was
God.
like, there's no way it's getting so many views, and then Keegan said, gay, and I was like, oh, I understand.
No way.
I know exactly.
Does she have the Odin?
Spike planted.
I hate that cipher.
That's what she has. Oh, no way. When do you get hit by it, man?
Cypher's ult is just too OP. If you have a good Cypher and he pops his ult, you're dead. Like, there's nothing you can do about it. Oh, wait, we're attacking?
I got just do something about it. Not bad.
Is your guys' game close to over?
Not really.
No.
This is gonna be like a 6-hour and 15-minute stream.
No, I don't understand why you. Have you just been streaming all day?
Well, if you count 6 hours, it's all day, yeah.
He's been streaming since 4 p.m.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Well, Keegan was like, you want to get on Stranded Deep? And I'm like, okay, so I started my stream. And then I just don't stop, because I don't see the reason of stopping. Because that's just more VODs I have to upload, instead of just making one long
What are
stream.
you gonna title your stream? What are you titling it? You
I'm
played like
titling it 5/8. Or 5/7. Today is the 7th. How?
I might legit start making a notes tab in my phone.
I don't understand this freaking site.
Noah, I think he might actually be cheating. He rolled around the corner and insta-headshot me before I saw him.
Max just got shot actually by him.
Insta-headshot from the Cypher.
Hey,
I think he might be lagging.
Bro is definitely. Oh my gosh. Hey!
We killed the hacker.
Let's go.
His aim is just a little bit sus.
Yeah, Cypher's aim is sus. Yeah, I got light shields Ares. Okay, you don't even know. You don't even want to know.
I got heavy shield Ghost.
No way.
No way.
I got light shield
I'm
Spectre.
not using the Stinger or the
Ghost? What even is the Ghost?
It's the silenced pistol.
I'm using the Sheriff. It's a little bit more powerful.
I lit up Viper. She's in that little tunnel. At least she was. There she is. There you go.
Okay, comms?
The last one, Sage, she is right there.
Frick! Odin or Ares? Ares. No way.
How did we lose?
Dude.
Whoa.
I did 81.
Was it a 1v3?
Yes, it was. Gosh, it's so frustrating. I'm gonna flank. I'm gonna go, okay, yes, we're going A. Okay, Viper, we don't have Spike.
Oh.
He's AFK.
Dang.
Okay, she got Spike.
Wish Viper had her ult right now. That'd make my life so much easier.
Not yet.
We're at the bye-bye.
No charges.
Then Cypher's in window.
Do not peek that Cypher. He's actually insanely cracked. It's not okay. It's not okay how cracked he is. They're behind us.
Oh, he's behind. I was about to say, no way that just happened.
This isn't even fair.
It really is.
We got the brain dead Viper installed.
Just let them try to catch me.
Those rounds went by so fast.
Anybody else hear like the disembodied voice of Keegan shout at us?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was for like a second that said no.
What?
I think bro got captured.
Oh
I think he's possessed. I don't think he's
yeah.
actually peeking
Oh,
the top.
my bad, my bad, my bad.
Wait, Keegan, are you coming back Tuesday?
Mm.
Oh yeah, after you beat up that kid.
Yeah, I can't believe you would do that.
Bro, it wasn't even
Fact,
considered a fight.
you're actually a queer. I don't care if you're streaming.
What?
Okay, Max, can you just please stop?
So my ult point. Come on now.
You don't use your ult.
Right, this one I do. I tried
You're
to use it.
playing Jet.
Dude. Okay,
You're
that
not
was-
even
I was-
close
I
to
was gonna
getting
be
your
the
ult.
Max. Okay, I think the Cypher might actually be hacked.
Mm-hmm. He will run around the corner, insta-lock on...
And he just one-tapped me.
He's walking and getting headshots.
Mm-hmm.
He's handing them out for free, like it's a Make-A-Wish Foundation. Dang.
We're gonna have to get creative to battle this Cypher.
Odin. No shield.
Sure.
Oh.
Odin, no shield.
Here, you just light up the whole place and I'll just go plant.
Which where? Which where?
Which where?
Be long, apparently.
I just walk. Okay, I walk to the first places. Pepper spray!
Pepper spray? Yo! I'm just a Middle Eastern man. Come on now.
Not even supposed to mean.
Okay, Viper's gonna
I'm calling it. Viper's about to die.
Yeah, Viper's about to get
There's
actually
2-3
nailed.
footsteps over there. Okay, they're up in that house or something.
Don't forget you have your ult now.
Yeah.
Reloading.
I'm trying to go camp right here and shoot. One. Blinded. You blinded me, McCaffrey?
I headshot them so many times.
Behind. Oh, McCaffrey's right above you and he's so low.
Okay, Cypher is... By the way, Cypher's 4 HP. Oh, nice. You got it. Yes!
Oh my, that was actually so insane.
No shield Odin, no shield Odin.
Oh wait, if you would've saw that, wait, did you see him?
Yeah.
That was insane. He just locked on to, bro, I think it's McCaffrey, he's cheating now.
Yeah. He is. Vandal Light. Oh wait, I need to not go this. I need to go Guardian
It's not
heavy.
updating in my
I can buy Guardian for you, Noah.
Oh really?
Uh-huh.
That'd be great.
It's not popping up this way in my actual YouTube thing, but in analytics, whenever I look at the public restaurant video, it says it has 1,600 views.
What?
I don't
Yeah, I can
know.
get my own office.
That's not, that can't be accurate. No, because also for that one, in that same area, the Tsunami's 2 shoes got 1,000.
Oh my god!
Holy crap. Good job.
So you just... You water banged him.
What? What? Hold on.
I made him that way, I just started banging.
Okay.
Whoa, okay.
Something's about to be sus, I have to make it more sus. That's just a rule for me. And it just made me switch to my pistol right because I was about to shoot.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, McCaskey. Maybe you should just start maining Odin. McCaskey, run. You need that Odin. Just run.
And that's the last one.
Okay, I think you're safe now.
Yeah. It didn't even explode. Alright,
I have so many creds left over.
White Sheet Vandal.
I got extra crap.
Speak up if you need a gun.
So does everybody. Hey, Max, I can buy that Vandal for you. Get yourself. I can buy your Vandal. Get yourself heavy shots.
My ult isn't ready.
Hey, can I borrow that
I
spike?
forgot how to buy stuff for a second. Okay,
Need a drop.
requested it. I requested it.
Thanks.
Flooding them.
I thought you were about to leave me with the classic for a second.
No, I'm sorry. I was dropping the spike.
Water rising.
Lock in sight.
They actually might be able to see this.
Blocking fire.
Not window?
I blinded someone.
You blinded our teammate, Cypher. Oh, he's to the left, he's in your guys' spawn. He's like,
frick, dude.
to the right. Oh my god.
You will not kill my ally.
Oh, frick.
Oh no.
No, that was last round too.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't want to
sucks.
get off yet.
No, I have to get off after this one.
Same. I gotta go take a shower.
I have to take a shower.
Alright, y'all. Thanks for watching the stream. I hope you enjoyed it. And our stupidity.
Yeah, I didn't.
If you're watching this on VODs, make sure you like, if you like the video,
Make sure you
and comment
for another more video.
Because it pushes it out to more people. And just thanks for watching. See you next time. Probably on tomorrow
Sexually
night.
assault that subscribe button.
What? Okay. But stream, if you've watched the VOD up to this point, marry me. But if not, whatever. Bye.